Judicial Magistrate, the Chief Judicial Magistrate, Srimati Kimnenga Kipgen, may I request her to usher up our guest of honors and the chief guest up till the podium. Ms. Kimnenga, Srimati Kimnenga Kipgen, the Chief Judicial Magistrate and the Additional In Charge Judicial Magistrate First Class, Ukhrul Manipur, to usher up our chief guest and guest of honors up till the dais. Razang Haira, Yarina, atumli welcome Ksasada itum Nganinka Sarse, Ningshilakera. Shall we all rise up on our feet? The chief guests and the guests of honors have arrived till the venue of today's legal awareness program. And may I also request our guest of honor, Kuiru Sot Vashum, President TNL, to also have a seat upon the dais. Yarin Bamzang Sarsa, Ningshilakra. With the permission of the program committee, may I conduct this program with a mixture of our local dialect and English language. Thank you so much in advance. A very good morning to all the respectable people congregated here, high officials of the High Court of Manipur, delegations from the district administrations, well-wishers, chieftains and ministers from most of the Tangkhul villages present here. A very good morning to you all once again. We welcome our chief guests, Honorable Mr. Justice K. Soma Shekhar, Chief Justice, High Court of Manipur, Compatron-in-Chief, Manipur State Legal Service Authority, and the accompanying guest of honors. We welcome you once again to this Jubilee Hall. Before we actually proceed with today's program, let us all be guided into devotion to seek God's blessings first. And for that matter, may I give the honor to Kuiru Ngaleng Mizimik, Pastor, Union Baptist Church, to lead us all into prayer. May I request the pastor to go up on the dais and say grace to the Almighty on all our behalf.
Shall we pray? Siasase. Lukhamasan legishina pemting gahaya. Idum saiko rulig sa kavavri ring pala gahaya. Kala mansak lak gahaya tam nanaitum lisam bang saktan ning shie. Rivrai tum masung lak ina pala gahay mirin ring kavai. Nawi karinga tuinaitum li ayin sadering sake. Ogatui li itum tainga jamda papatakang rumwi alungli ring gavai. Ogatui ayin ngavang sake. Atsu mataila kena tangkului ramli leidek leitum. Ogatui ayin wi bongli itum tainga jam laga. Awar kamatai mirin matai gukui mirin ring gavai da. Kathana ping nangaran laga sakjangda langchin gahai jimikso. Tacham taram da ungsung saktak leiwang ningshi. Rajang the Glatum Saiko Ruli, a work Jung Kasam Kapanga, Tamjing Sang St. Milo. Organize Sami the Glay Saiko Ruli, no we saw Kamitasung Milo. Tamjitemi the Glay Ojang Rabing Saiko Rulila, Tangmet a worm room sang mida. Edum Saiko Ruivang Paikar Mataiko Kuya Tamga Sang St. Milo, the program Saiko Rihi, Rei Kamataya, Etum Linga Tankamia, Proho Jesu Christo, we ming sing the Capone. Amen.
Thank you so much. Kuiru Ngaleng Bizimik, the pastor of Union Baptist Church, Ukhrul. And now, may I give this privilege to Kuiru Kashung Tennyson, the president of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong. Amay Kher Kashung Tennyson, president of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong, for his welcome and keynote address.
Yamailo, Yamaisei. It's a pleasant to see many of you, Aunga, or chief of the village authorities, and well-wishers. Today, we are greatly honored to have Honorable Mr. Justice K. Somasekar, Chief Justice, High Court of Manipur, cum Patron in Chief MASLSA, as a chief case. Honorable Mr. Justice A. Bimol Singh, Judge High Court of Manipur, cum Executive Chairman, MASLSA. Honorable Mr. Justice A. Sharma, Judge High Court of Manipur, cum Executive Chairman, HCLSC, and Kuruswat Washum, President Tangkhul Nagalong. Besides, there is special guest. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence and sparing your valuable time. Moreover, your presence is going to make this program a grand success. For some of the participants' convenience, I'll talk in Tangkhul dialect. Bear with me, who can understand. Legal awareness program hi sa khawai da sa lakana itumwi malsawi member secretary sadakhle club members club malsawi kathana pingling hitada tangkhul wiwang sa lakana muchuklaga phaning milaga sadakhle hi kachung kha ningshi talakani si asi hili rang room khai klasi itumwi hili resource person Sami Yiji Oza Alek Miva. Tangkhul we matuna ning share ko gaji hila hangai dele. Kala ram kata wena. Rami khaina tum psycho relila. Ning shie aza itum hida dang ran khaya program hi dala kaina itum na thai khang yi thai khran ping psycho rupi hi thai hai laga itum wi sa khang yi Kala itumi sakharan, ji horzak tazakta, matasek aina, pukhang pa malay lakla, saso kawai sakhwai apong ji hilake, jani itum saso kawai wivang, azi hili katema pina, tammi khai saiko reji, ngana singkwilaga itum, wasagaina, saso lakse gajihi, natum saiko reli hangaina, program hi itum saiko wivang, sokami, program salakruno jihi hanglaga, wayauga ningsilagaire.
Thank you so much, Amaikrar, once again for the knowledge of the congregation gathered here. This legal awareness program is organized by Manipur State Legal Service Authority in collaboration with the Tangkhul Naga Awungalong. We just heard a short speech, a short welcome address from the President Amaikrar, Kuiru Kashung Tenison. Thank you so much. And now let us move on to our presentation. The program organizers would like to extend their gratitude and appreciation in the form of token of love and gifts. So in the form of presentation, and now I would like to introduce to all of you each of the special guests seated on the dais above. First of all, on behalf of the Program Organizing Committee, we extend our happiness and gratitude to our chief guests, Honorable Mr. Justice K. Somasekar, Chief Justice, High Court of Manipur, cum Patron-in-Chief MASLSA, for gracing this event with your dignified presence. And for the honor of handing over, for bestowing the gift, may I request the President of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong, Amaikrar Kashung Tenison, to do the honor. Present gifts Pingji Maron Maronda Kwirami Mansa. First of all, the program committee would like to extend their presentation to our chief guests, Honorable Mr. Justice K. Somasekar, Chief Justice, High Court of Manipur, cum Patron-in-Chief, Manipur State Legal Service Authority. Yari na pang Pemi Mansa. Thank you very much, sir. Next, our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice A. Bimol Singh, Judge High Court of Manipur, come Executive Chairman, Manipur State Legal Service Authority. The President of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong, Amaikar Kashung Tennyson, will still do the honor of bestowing the gifts upon them. And by the way, this program is being recorded and telecasted live. Thank you so much. Honorable Mr. Justice A. Gunesho Sharma, Judge High Court of Manipur, come Executive Chairman, High Court Legal Service Authority. Yarina Pang Pemisa Ningshla Khaira Jena Itwe, the one of our guest of honors, respected Kuiru Suat Vasum, President Tangkhul Nagalong. Nala Shokta Itumwe Kashung Amaikar Kashung Tennyson win a gift he Pangsin he Kui Milo Ningshilakra. Yarina Pang Pemisa. This is the President of Tangkhul Nagalong. Kuiru Sod Vashum. Thank you so much. I would like to apologize. We will continue with the short speech after the completion of the handing over of gifts and presentation. I'd like to apologize in advance for distributing the presentation to the guests on the dais first, even though there are some high-ranking guests and officials seated among the congregation. This is not in order of priority, but the privilege of respect for the guests on the dais. Any inconvenience caused is humbly regretted. Next, the program committee would like to honor and present some gifts to our Registrar General, Sri Ojesh Mutum. And to do the honor of bestowing upon the gifts, may I request Kashung Tennyson to still continue? Sri Ojesh Mutum, he is the Registrar General of the High Court of Manipur. Thank you so much, Yamnungai Jare. On the next is Honorable District and Sessions Judge, Madam Rina Sato, Ukrul. Honorable District and Sessions Judge, Ukrul, Madam Rina Sato, to come and receive this token of love and appreciation from the program committee. Next is our Sri Alec Muiva, the Member Secretary, Manipur State Legal Service Authority. Sir Alec Muiva, Member Secretary, Manipur State Legal Service Authority. Sir Wivana Adwi program he Mike Hasam Mangi Gajina, Jena Sir Lila Ningshilaka program committee with we Shongaina. Yarina Pang Pemisa. The video is being recorded live and broadcasted. The DC, the Deputy Commissioner of Ukrul District, I heard he is not present here physically, so one of his representative, the ADM Additional Deputy Magistrate, Madam Poli Makan. She is the ADM of Ukrul District right now, Madam Poli Makan. The Superintendent of Police, Ukrul, The program organizing committee would also like to extend this token of appreciation and love to the Superintendent of Police, Ukrul. Okay. Since he is absent, we would extend his gift to one of his representative in the office later. Next is our Tangkhul Naga Awungalong, the president of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong, Amaikher Kashung Tenison. For this honor, may I give the honor to Sir Alec Muiva to do the honor of bestowing handing over the gifts to our Amaikher Kashung Tenison, the president of Tangkhul Naga Awungalong. Yarina Pang Pe Mr. Okay. Amaikher we give chi side akli hai misalo representative akana. Jen Amaikher still there are 3 more gifts to hand over. So may I request Amaikher to be up on the stage. Next is Srimati Athokpam Shanta, the High Court Registrar Vigilance. Srimati Athokpam Shanta, High Court Registrar Vigilance. Mathakta sum kabiraga akhoi president dagi gift asilobiyu. Yamna nungai thagatchari, yamna nungai jagani. Srimati Athokpam Shanta, she is the current Registrar Vigilance, High Court of Manipur. Yarina pang lagi ng kapemisa ning shlakra. Next, K. Nirojit, Registrar, Translation cum CPC, Central Project Coordinator, K. Nirojit. If he is present among us, may you kindly go up on the dais and receive the gift. Okay. Last, Sri Joychan Singh, Joint Registrar, Protocol. Sri Joychan Singh, Joint Registrar, Protocol, High Court of Manipur. Yaro in the pang Mr. Thank you so much to all the guests, chief guests, guests of honors, dignitaries, well-wishers. We are extremely honored to acknowledge your support and presence. Okay, without much further ado, let us move on. Let us have this honor, this privilege to hear short speech from all our guests of honors and chief guests. To start with, may I give this privilege to Kuiru Sot Vashum, the President Tangkhul Nagalong.
Good morning, everyone. Tangkhul du ay namam du ge. Pheu mi hau lo. Ka ja athum tangkhul du mi sha man. Well, very good morning to all of you. In the first place, I must thank my God for having brought me on this stage on this very important occasion. I'm grateful to the Chief Justice, High Court Manipur, Chief Justice Somashekar. Well, I've heard of his name for the first time. I wonder if you have come recently. And the dignitaries seated on the dais, and my dear friends. This is a very important occasion. As you look up, you'll see the reason why we are gathered here. Awareness program on the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation, and resettlement Act 2013. Well, the time slotted is from 11 to 12. It's going to take a miracle for us to set the timing in such a way that I fit in. I don't know how long I take. Can you tell me? Well, in the Bible, our Lord Jesus Christ has emphatically said, man does not live by bread alone. Man does not live by bread alone. God also knows that we need bread. But if it is taken to the exclusion of all the rest, and most importantly, the God-given honor, dignity, and self-respect, then we degrade ourselves to animals. It's as good as that. The animals are there, surviving, literally on the edge, just to fill their stomach. That's about all. Nothing beyond. Now, in the current situation, a very important development has taken place. A very important change has come about in the journey of our community's life. The national highway is coming right across from top right down to the marine areas. Now, it's no wonder that it speaks, volume of how we take on the changes that are coming about, the development that has taken place right in front of our nose. And that speaks volume of the character of our people. As I've said, we don't live by bread alone. God knows, He's fully aware of the truth that we need it. But it's not that it should be taken to the exclusion of all the rest. As I've said, we have to care for our honor, dignity, and self-respect. That is what differentiates the humankind, the human beings, the human society from the rest of the living beings who only survive on drinks and eat. That's about all. Now, in the current situation, our people need to ask ourselves whether we are just, focusing on the justification and the rightness of our claim to compensation. Yes, the law permits. And I must also add here, those of them who are at the ground level, administering the laws of compensation, I don't see them except for the idiot, right? Madam is here, DC, SDOs, I don't see them. STCs, I don't see them. But on the ground, they are the people who are going to administer the law. How will they administer? And how will they convince the people that they are being fair? They are being just. And they are doing the right things. Right things. Not out of their imagination, but as laid down by the law. As prescribed by the rules laid down in that behalf. There is so much of confusion. And, this course that you have arranged today has come at the right time. I do feel it has come at the right time. But here there are only two segments of the society who are most important, who are most relevant in the execution of the land compensation, such that it should be fair and transparent. Now, all of us know, and as the president of the Tangkul Nagalong, I'm well aware of the fact that there are too many confusions. There are lots of conflicts at the local level. And I thought, no, when there are people responsible for administering the law, they'll take care of the thing. But to my utter surprise, I must confess. They're in fact privy to all this. They're involved in local politics. If that be the case, how do we expect fairness and transparency? We don't expect anything what is not provided for in the law. But what is provided for in the law, that should be given to us without demand, without grudge. But those of them, I must say, who are responsible for administering the laws and the rules, they are hand in glove. Not all of them certainly, but there are. And I'm personally also aware of those who are hand in glove with those people at the local level, who have nothing better to do in life other than creating confusion, trouble, and who are trying to fish in troubled water. If that is, what is happening, I'm just wondering, no matter how the law is full proof of, all infirmities, I don't think it is going to deliver justice. What is needed at the local level is delivering justice. Now, on the part of the people, I do not know whether this has come about with the connivance of those who are supposed to be responsible for the administration of law. What is happening is, right across, if you look around, starting from Changshat Finch Corner down to, Phungyer and that side, mushroom of, just a ramshackle houses, not even fit for animal to live in there, simply with the intent to claim compensation. I just wonder, I have told them, I have even taken my platform to tell my people that this is absolutely unjust. This is absolutely immoral. But then, I have no authority. I have no authority to tell them that you must stop. What they tell me is that we are not going to get claims from you. We are going to get it from the government. And those of you responsible for the administration of the law, why is it that you're so reticent? Why is it that you're so reluctant to come out upfront? Tell the people that, well, the estimates have been already sanctioned, and the compensation element has also been factored into, and anything coming thereafter will not be factored into, and we are not going to pay even a rupee of compensation. Had you made your position very clear, I don't think our people would have gone down to this level. This is one aspect. As I've said, with the changes coming, how do we take on the changes? This speaks of the kind of people we are, right? We only care for our bread. We don't care for our honor. We don't care for our, dignity. We don't care for our self-respect. But that is not what I have given, and that is not what the authority has given. That is God-given. And that is beyond compromise. That is what I want to tell my people. Now, those of you today who are responsible for arranging this program, the Legal Services Authority of Manipur. Well, one thing, while organizing such a program, I only request, this is my only request, that those of them responsible for administering the law should be the first to be present here. As I said, pointed out in the beginning, not having done so doesn't mean that it should be taken as okay, all right. No, I don't think it is okay. I don't think it is all right. So my humble request is, in future, to make such a program meaningful, those of them responsible. And why I say so again and again, I am deeply aware of the truth that our people who are there on the ground administering the law, instead of administering the law, they are in fact administering injustice. With the result, people are at the receiving end. For no rhyme or reason, I would say, I would only request you, ladies and gentlemen, to take cognizance of my humble request and make sure that what I pointed out is taken seriously. And we only hope that we can look forward to future that is congenial, that is peaceful, and that is promoting the welfare, the well-being of our people who have had to suffer for so long, ever since. So with these few words, I conclude. Thank you so much once again to Chief Justice Somashekhar and the justices. I'm so sorry. Justice Bimol Singh and Justice Ganeshwar Sharma. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
A round of applause for our President, Sot Vashum Tangkhul Nagalong. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have yet another privilege to hear a short speech from Honorable Mr. Justice A. Ganeshwar Sharma, Judge, High Court of Manipur, cum Chairman, High Court Legal Service Committee.
Honorable Chief Justice K. Somashekhar, Honorable Justice A. Bimol, Mr. Sot Vashum, President Tangkhul Nagalong, and Mr. Tennyson, Registrar General, District Judge, Member Secretary, Madam Yadiem, officers present, and my dear brother and sister of Ukhul District. With the permission of the Honorable Chief Justice, I will do in bilingual, both English and Manipuri. Today's topic is very important. Topic is also important, and the institute who is organizing legal service is also important. So I will leave the topic to Mr. Elect with only few words that this compensation under land acquisition is a likely issue in all over Manipur. Karino da hoi hojik lambi pakthok pagi khullesu hojik lam loksili adagi hana tawhibada dolai thabi dam thabagi lam loksili ado prajandi sigi lo se khangdrabni na award bo yen bami loi lohrakan da I phangodre ra kotiam laeba then aduna prajasu ai land acquisition torok matamda right kamai legi hebse khang darka ta matam sana claim ta hudra gadi punoi lohrakan da mina paisa loi lo lohrakan da paisa zero le gadi kana
Hello, check. On behalf of the program committee, I deeply apologize to our Justice, Kunishore A. Sharma, for the technical issues you faced. You may continue.
Aduna land acquisition government yi any project taw matamda private ki land se loction bataragati ai lammapudu commission phungba yai hebsi sima law ne ado karamai phangadagi hebdo adu di horen akoi miss elect muibana in detail da herani adu khata ina importance of this topic in the present situation adu topic amana mayamna legal service adi amtare. What is legal service? Legal service kari no have the detail khang de yai. Or legal service ki history, brief history haragadi ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ chief always mention article 14 19 these all this article 14 se kaino india da liba mi khudimok se law da sa manana yengi law gi sa manaba sakthung phango hai theory constitution da hare but in reality mi khudimok ki phango manade class amada satra sama lebida topper duna 90% chale 50 ꯆꯠꯄ ꯈꯔ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯦ 70 ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯦ 30 ꯆꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯦ ꯐꯦꯜꯕ ꯈꯔꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯦ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯇꯥꯛꯏꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯁꯤ ꯁꯨꯝꯕ ꯈꯦꯠꯅꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯈꯦꯠꯅꯕ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯌꯥꯍꯟꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯈꯦꯠꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯂꯩꯇꯅꯕ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯛꯊꯨꯡ ꯐꯪꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯂꯥꯏꯔꯤꯛ ꯍꯩꯕ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯈꯪꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯂꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯔꯤꯃꯣꯠꯇ ꯂꯩꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯄꯥꯎ ꯇꯥꯗꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯥ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯐꯪꯉꯔꯣꯏ different factor education remoteness poverty leibina aduna article 39 capital E have a constitution da yaweba sumaina hare india gi constitution da india da leiba law mayam india da leiba scheme mayam gi kanaba se praja khudimakta samana na phangdragadi masi government na law ma semaga kanaba se phangnaba hotnaba da noi awareness piu hai adudagi 1987 da Legal Service Authority Act haibase Parliament na pass tore magi mathau Legal Service Authority Act si makhada pass toroga 1992 da hore 95 da sana ba hore 9 November legal service ki mathau se kaino legal service da body ahum lei nalsa mayam nalsa tarangani sidasu nalsa yoromani National Legal Service Authority sina all India ki Chief Justice, Supreme Court ki Chief Justice na head oiba. Adu mathang da State Legal Service Authority, High Court ki Chief Justice na makuk oiba. Ako gi Manipur Chief Justice na makuk oiba. Adu mai tawdra muk district ki su district judge na makuk oiba District Legal Service Authority haibam lay. Adu lagi subuk haidhapada taluk level, block level ki su ledu Manipur ki di judge masing yam da mina block ki di hojulite district phogi di lere state ki lere. aduna si chief justice the head oiba adu mai mathau se kari no hai matamda india da leriba right ma'am se prajana aigi right se khangdragadi tandeba suppose ai jungle dam de satle hai yam phajaba hai masak khangdabam pale khangdragadi ji saba ki re hu oiramgadra poison oiramgadra chara sigidra na adu Karana Habibum Sangam, si who nate, Sabaya, Bayam, Pabahini, Harikidi, Mahakanidra. Aduna, ignorance na, I write some Fangdreva. Aduna, legal service ki Matosikari, no Habatamda, Hoina, Kunda Lekai, the Salaga. These are your right, these are the scheme. Adangi, PM Moiji, Stasile, Adagi, Mahatma Gandhi, Kanogi, Job Carter Silai, PDS Fangbay, so many scheme, Helki, Adugi, Lay, Hoina. Lam da hare salaga praja da hare gadi aise thabada 100 kilo tara phange se khangdragadi ai lamgi jenduna kilo ni yen yelmaga sakhraga so kai maharo then aware waragadi ai kilo tara se karai sakre nangna kilo ni pirgadi where is my leftover 8 kilo hare hanga ani bako adunadi aware war matungda import hoy bako siba adu khoi mathau number 2 da Praja City Hyrule Kange, Nangi Gangi Siang Pandi to Siang Panga, Siang Pangi, Harigima, Gesto Buzu Pesalitre, Karai Tonisu Kangre, Aduidi, a Honam pre legal at PM. Either guest Man guest Hagera, Ma won the Torpo case Tokera, not like a case, not Travisu, Magi Racha Fangnova, Kanaguna, Adhar Logi have the Hitragati, a legal service, District Legal Service Authority Laga, Paralegal, Hontia Tominaga, application Tavieva. Just like being hangi haragasu. I think I cano metric certificate the Hore Ikamina Sitan Hokri Kandragadi, District Legal Service Authority, District Judge Officer, like a hungry. Shima get people later. Thought of a Yaurico. Thoughts in Amaru, Aina emphasis spinning is. Logadala Mama Tava. Logadala the case Anakreka. Logadala came in the day. Quarter later, case. Quarter case at Mahuta, Pilo Adala Havasi, 이 마망시다 파티 이니실 라가 거의 야나래 마친 만나와니 hingon 문나래 거의 야나래 땅카이 동들수 hingon 땅카이 연나르게디 마야마기 윰시에 카르소에 아주 땅카이 떠르게디 마이 마임도까 그디 마이 망에 아두나 하라니 아이 60% 이 아이 hingon 일 서룩 로르게 이나로 파는 40% 로로 아이나 카레 헤나 로보기 노온다 पैसा खर पीरेगे नत्रगा नंग लौदो नंग हेना लौरो जस्ट compromise तोरगा मोय मसिन बना और इसे यानरगा यारे अदु इ कोर्टल लिबे केसे लो अदालत अखोय नि सुमाय इसिना ना अखोय नि 60% 40% जेनरगे अदुगा लौगी सरतुन मौंद खर सकथोंग हेना पीरेगे नत्रगा पैसा ना कंपेंसेट तोरगे हारगदी केस लोइरेबो अदुदा लो अदालत लोइबे केसे अखोयना सही तरा कुंजंगना कोर्ट खतनबा केस तुगा रिजल्ट सब मानेबा कोर्ट की ऑर्डर नेबा डिक्री नेबा अरुगा कोर्ट ती अखोय सिविल जज ताबसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज दबो अपील चलनी हाई कोर्ट सेकंड अपील चलनी सुप्रीम कोर्ट एसएलपी चलनी 4 स्टेज लेरे और सि लोक अदालत ताबसिरी मसिबरावनी यानरगा अखोयगी लोक अदालत उखुल्ला तबो निमितुदा यानगदी एनी कोर्ट अपील चप याद्रे सुप्रीम कोर्ट सो अदुना लो अदालत की खुदुंग चाबसे लौबियो अदुगा लो अदालत हापा यादब केस खर लई मिहाद मिपुनगी को मर्डर गुंबा रेप गुंबा हियरनेस क्राइम दी लो अदालत हापा यादी एनडीपीएस यादी अदुबु इमुंग मनुंगी खतनबा पैसा मसिबना नुगाइने दब पैसा पुथोक पुसिन सो मेनी डिस्प्यूट प्रॉपर्टी डिस्प्यूट लेबिसि लो अदालत लोइना हापा याय अदुना लो अदालत हापगी कानबसे करिनो both side wins court di one side win one side lose 100% 0% sidadi both side 100% 100% mai thiba leite ba lo adarta adun ani mak haraw la ne relationship farena machibana do court case to ko di ai nang roi phango manau ba phangya tre hare ge di machibana nu sina tre adu hiya lo adarta di moi ni na yana bani na moi ni yana ga phangna bani na moi ni so haraw ne tinare aduna samaj su society da su crime go nu sina da ba se handare another important amana akoi ukhulga yam chanaba aspect ama haijage akoi SIP always says that article 13 three source of law constitution judgment and the custom SIP also speak that I mentioned first quite is our law constitution parliament na semba law mayam constitution mathang da laiba law mayam IPC CRPC property oi leriba mayam si sini sau mazu mathang da law se leitraba law parliament saba law se leitraga di judge na no ama su promotion piu ka hagi se sisu kari maram da pi no hadi sisu mu law oi ko adu su mo leitraba custom se koi thai ni pai pu ki hak tak tai chang na ko custom samaj da dum chana ra ko se sisu law oi ba aduna ukhul di yapna tangkhuna lo no so dum case kumba dum tawidna ko khatnaba lakhuda dum dispute decide tawidna ko adigi civil society de tawi church de tawi maira paibi de tawi chhatra gi de tawi ko se kai nate akoina court tawri se chapane adubu we are doing separately akoina court ki makha da lo maya makha tawre mayam sina court ki wa du di yautragasu mayam na yanaba matungina principle of natural justice animak tanarga kanana sungi hari lagi wayan ko gots kanone ba khoi civil society da khulak khunda toriba kanose bisar kanose trial se adubo khena ba ma khatang leba court gi tawhiba khoi law da tawsidi is authorized by law nina anywhere in India enforceable law kanam tar masi tagbi decision se kano tawbo yadeba adubo akhoi praja marakta civil society da yanaba yanagi city kana gubom na khar lega imawa lote ga hangi do haira gi kana da enforce toruni aduna ina hujik lakse do ise akhoi lok adar haiba sida court liba case ta natana court leitaba pre litigation ka weba court di laktriba khatnaba ma di leraba suppose akhoi lekai da marup tawre paisa khaina bi marup se kai re ai saruk to piro na ai thau chat pa hobo ni mitagi dispute ama lei rabne ai khai paisa do piro haina maru siliba organization ta adu court di case laktri kuiragi di court laktoi ni adu ma case to khoi khunda la ni ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯨꯠꯇ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯆꯔꯆꯇ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯅꯨꯄꯤꯒꯤ ꯁꯥꯇ꯭ꯔ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯥꯏ ꯄꯩꯁꯥ ꯈꯔꯗꯣ ꯍꯟꯗꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯣ ꯅꯪꯁꯨ ꯃꯥꯡꯉꯕꯅꯤꯅ 100% ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯁꯨ ꯈꯔ 50 ꯍꯟꯗꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯣ 60 ꯍꯟꯗꯣꯛ ꯌꯥꯗꯅ ꯆꯠꯈ꯭ꯔꯦꯗꯅ that type of cases ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯛ ꯑꯗꯥꯂꯠꯁꯤꯗ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯂꯤꯇꯤꯒꯦꯁꯟ ꯀꯧꯋꯦꯕ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯇꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯇꯗꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯗꯧꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯇ ꯂꯥꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯉꯩꯗ ꯌꯥꯁꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯂꯤꯒꯦꯜ ꯁꯥꯔꯚꯤꯁꯀꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯎꯈꯨꯜꯅ ꯇꯧꯕ꯭ꯔꯅꯤꯅ this pre litigation legal advice adum akoi karon su hair kani ado si yanagi bse yutta yanagi ba sarse yanagi ba decision lei bse koi lok adalat to sit amuk tang thabir oba si yanagi ba si duga party duga amuk lok adalat same do repeat to raga khoi han tangkhur naga nongi da sigi date kanoda 20 July da khoi yanagre masigi 30 July da to lok adalat sida khoi amu han retreat tori haraga party ni du soi loraga khoi lok adalat ki silnamaga lok adalat ta phamiba member ahum dus ani natra ahum dus soi to tamda court order ga sab manare adudi aida hajiri si adudi sigi aina sa hajagre lok adalat ta ba order se it cannot be challenged appeal to any court high court district court supreme court usat pa yatre ba adunati masai aigi search ta giba youth wing ta giba tangkhul naga long ta giba decision se sisu it cannot be law adalat ta ha khagadi it cannot be appeal anywhere supreme court su yadre ba so it amounts to equivalent to the judgment of supreme court po da sat pa yadra gadi supreme court is saw court litre adunadi ai khun da ta giba yasina giba mayam se supreme court ki order ke equivalent oire ba adunadi aina haijening se oh han khunda tawrisisu khangdana akhoina ko'na tawrisiga samanaba potneba akhoina lomagi makha tawre ar khunda tawsina lodi leitragasu laigi bisa natural justice tawre adubu sita legal sensitivity leitabnina khunda yanagiba agreement mayam se akhoi law adalata hapagadi it becomes law cannot be appealed anywhere aduna mayamna aina si haijabi maram se ngasai explain to da ina bakta haididi court lakpa matam sida hana customary court yam lingbo mafam dadi court se janghaning de ba koina hangi to sidi court la di munirani na adu natte ba customary court su dum leini khunda ya na basu leini adubu akhoi gi system da yawraga di customary court ki yanbo do court ki decision ga sab manei supreme court ta yu manei aduna we can coexist only through legal service authority khunda ta ba yanagi ba mgise khoi lo pre litigation law adala sida hapa numita judgment all of ne karam tan challenge to yadre ba adu khake na message haini mrida so customary court regular court will not this one will not diminish the role of the customary court and this legal court can coexist but customary court na tawwe adaba khara lei mihat mipun yi heinous crime adudi india gi kanoda yadabnina except that part all other jurisdiction will be intact ai si khatang haijarga mayam si adum khunda mayam discuss tawdum khanabiyo kairode khunda yanaba potse law adalata hapagadi it become a court aduna khoi khungi decision is the court ki decision oire supreme court ki decision ga manadoini ado I see Karasiki idea, I think share Tony. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. Mayam na thakat pagaloyena koigi Justice A Gunesho Sharma bu yamna thakat jari. Mathangda amuka koina amasigi opportunity amuka lobisi for a short speech. May I call upon respectable Honorable Mr. Justice A Bimol Singh, Judge High Court of Manipur, come Executive Chairman MASLSA.
Exactly the time I cannot say either good morning or good afternoon. I think it is exactly 12. Anyway, Honorable Chief Guest of today's August function, Kuiru Justice K. Somasekar, Chief Justice High Court of Manipur, and also the Patron-in-Chief, Manipur Legal Service Authority, my esteemed brother, Kuiru Justice A. Guneshwar Sharma, Judge, High Court of Manipur, and also the Chairperson, High Court Legal Services Committee, Kuiru Sort Basum, President, TNL, Kuiru Kasung Tennyson, President, TNAL, Kuiru Ngaleng Mi Zimik, Pastor, UBC, Kuiru Ojes Motum, our Registrar General, Lasio Rina Sarto, District and Session Judge, and other judicial officers present here, Kuiru Elek Muiba, Member Secretary, Manipur State Legal Service Authority, Madam ADC Ukrul, Kuiru Michael Zimik, President, Ukrul District Bar Association, all village chiefs and their ministers from Ukrul and Kamzong present here today, distinguished dignitaries, members of Tangkul Naga, Aung Balong, TNL, learned participants, members of the print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. Mahai Ro. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to be with you, with all of you here today in the beautiful and soul-stirring district of Ukrul, a land so blessed by nature that words often fall short. As a great Scottish-born American naturalist and environmental philosopher John Muir once said, "In every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks." Standing amidst the lush hills and the fresh air of Ukrul, I truly feel that. Ukrul's undulating hills, dense forests, and a rich biodiversity are not just scenic wonders, but symbols of our state's natural wealth. The district holds immense promise, particularly in the field of ecotourism. With careful planning, Ukrul can become a shining example on how development and environmental preservation can go hand in hand. As Mahatma Gandhi wisely said, nature provides for every man's need, but not for every man's greed. As we seek for development, we must remember that it must not come at the cost of the environment or the displacement of communities. Sustainable development is the only path forward, one that balances infrastructure growth with ecological and cultural preservation. The expansion of highways and road networks here is indeed a step towards enhanced connectivity and opportunity. But it is also a moment that calls for caution, care, and compassion. This brings us to the core of today's legal awareness program, the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. I consider today's topic on land acquisition and compensation is quite relevant, as various road expansions are being undertaken in your district. This awareness program is about understanding the key provisions of this act, which enable the affected persons to assert their rights and entitlements. This act is not just a set of legal provisions. It is a statement of intent. It is an assurance that when development projects require the use of people's land, the process must be fair, transparent, and just. It recognizes the importance of land to communities not merely as a physical resource, but as a source of livelihood and ancestral legacy. It is therefore imperative that this act must be implemented in both letter and spirit. Compensation must reflect the true value of land, including not just the market price, but also the social, cultural, and emotional cost of displacement. Equally, the people of Ukhrul, the rightful custodians of this land, must be aware of their rights and their responsibilities under this act. Awareness is the first step towards empowerment. Every villager, every family, landowner must know that they are entitled to proper consultation, compensation, and rehabilitation before any land acquisition takes place. At the same time, I urge the concerned authorities and implementing agencies to be sensitive to the collateral impacts of such development. Land acquisition does not just affect property, it affects families, culture, and the delicate ecosystem. Every grievance must be addressed promptly, humanely, and according to the law. Mayam, with due respect, English khangdaba yauragasu akoina aina ngasigi meeting ase khudong chaba loraga aina aigi profession da aina thengnarakpada land acquisition law gi matangda maru oiba important oiba yamna maru oiba khangjanbada kanaba point ai khitang thamjage mayamda yananba point si ekoigi land acquisition si thoktringaida authority na concerned authority duna yamna pak chauna mipum khodimak maru oina effect togodoriba mioi singsida khangananaba white publicity ma to darkar way mase togdaba sungya yade mase madu toramdragadi on that ground da mayamna magi land acquisition processing ja challenge to matamda court na soided interfere torkani maduna akoina matam chana akoina madugumba notifications tholakpa taragadi maru oina khabar de yamna thengbigani akoi local gi yamna popular oiba khabar singda gazette ta hojikti social media leramina masi soidana akoi thengnabigani masi het tholp matamda mayamna masi mirai biganu madugi yan hanba yengadabasi madugi effect toriba lamjingje mokoina maming duga yauna phajana thamamgani lamjingje phajana yaurongani maduga yauraga madugi ek khudimaki maruina matam mama mokoina particular matam mama piganeba masigi stage khudimaki matam pirakani masigi matam je masi mirai biganu masi this is the most important point akoigi notification yauriba matam se masi mirai biganu masi matam sana akoina madugi notice to the notification to the akoidagi kari piro hairibano objection la natraga nang paisa kya myam pami hairibra natraga nang yaning de hairibra haibna singma mayam se koroko matam da masigi matam sana madugi response pibiu every step of the way makoina lamje loksandringai da makoina soidana akoi matam pirakani matang matungina makoigi akoi land acquisition law gi matungina magi section magi rule singda matam piba singchi mirai biganu matam sana madugi response pibiu akoi objection thagat piu akoi claim pibiu masi yamna maru oibani madu tahugda taragadi madu tahugdabaduna akoi yamna saw hakama mangpa yabagi lei masi ma khangjan biu anisubada aikoigi isada aikoigi oijaba iranitum aikoigi property si makoina adum namdana logini masidi soidana adum logradongni masi lona masidi aikoigi law intent ne sidi moina akoi public interest ta makoidi public interest harakani aduna kanagumba maki private interest ka public interest ka anisi thengaina ba matamda aikoigi justice delivery system dal aikoina law da su public importance ne hena lumbe hele matam punwakta private interest gi public interest ne hena lumeba aduna ikoina mayam yamna kan resist tawrabasu adum public interest ne lungini aduna aina haijaning badi ikoina magi ngasai matam akoigi aigi lam se loksan doriba aigi property se loksam dakan aina maduki paisa kyam yam pami maman kyam yam oigadabano haibasi ai matam chana machi ai demand to darkar oy adu yaringai di masi in writing the to view akoi gi particular oiba akoi gi collector of land acquisition oiragana magi national highway ek oiragana madugi national highway ki makhada section mayam le du mudungna pibiu ado akoina paisa je akoi gi maman se akoina tanba matamda akoina isam samna haibi gano ai paisa suk pame haibase haibi ganu madu kachu authority na thoiroi aina karigidamta igi masigi paisa se piu haibna talibano haibasigi supporting oiba madugi support tawbda evidence ka thambiyoba khudam oina hairabada aikoigi wahi marung panba u sing adagi mana masing sing haiba mayam se torkuma tamda aigi property da kyam yamna lei habsi yeng thokanda sarkar na lepa forest na lepa natraga any concern authority lepa gazette notification aikoigi using uwasing dugi natraga mahi panba mahi marung panba mayam dugi maman lepa ma soina leramganeba masi thibioba madugi matungina aikoina madu support torga madu hapsen biyo koina aigi u suk suk laigibani aigi masigi mamanji masigi sarkar sigi matungina ai masi ai phangbam thoi habisa habiu hengat pa yai karma matang da koina hena claim taw yai haibadi notification du sahi mari manga hogre natraga sahi tara sur me haitar ga hojikti aikoigi inflation lae aduna masigi notification sidi sahi mari mama thokibani hojik matam helabni na masi ai paisa si deli episodi double oibiu haibadi singbidi claim taw yai adumai tawdana aikoigi lam si tan lam gi maman si lepa matamda yamna maru oiba evidence kaino haibda aikoigi yan hanba aikoigi lam je lo tore darkar oire haiba notification do madugi matung da dikanade madugi het mamang da leiba sell dit restar sell dit pu oiro madai manaki natraga aikoigi sarkar na compensation pi gi bu oiro thangna bu khullo oiro madugi matam du reida aikoigi paisa se lam se gi square feet paisa suk pi aduna hojiksi aikoigi di enhance tawbi ai machi sahi ani hungi mamang tawgibani madu square feet lupa lising am pirami hojikti ai lupa lising nga piu haibina chingba aikoigi evidentiary value yauba akoi madugi do support tawraga tawbiu adu oiba taragadi aikoigi authority na irai laina aikoigi claim do kakpa ngamoyo mathangda karigumba aikoina hairiba singji khangogdaba natraga matam chana madugi yanan badi koi collector natraga yanan ba authority du koi ngamogdren khalo natraga akoi na tali budu akoi na pibi dren khalo moin award ena thoglai bai award si akoi na yaningdre adu bai taragadi kari upai lege bo akoi kesu upai leitabnate mado akoi gi hojiki land acquisition law sing sidai da particular provision jawbani adu matam chana di tobutai yamna di bai matam yam akakna baneba het award se tholong matam na yaningdragadi ai masigi award se yaningde haidana masi ai competent authority da refer tawraga muhana khanan biu haidana adu matam chana thagadamneba this is one of the most important point madu oiraga madu ki matam du da akoina amukana akoina additional akoi madu mana akoi gi competent oiba district judge oigu karaguma authority ma lepkani madugi mamang da mana soidana refer tawgani madu tawba matamdu da aikoigi additional evidence amu puthokpa yai ba koina madu da koina amu madugi aikoigi ukil nektana natraga isana oirabasu madugi evidence da base oiraga I masigi mana pesa si yamna marmancha da bane hingatpi haidana koi claim tawba yai ba madu da amu yaraktragasu madu akoi high court la ani supreme court la ani high court kumba yaugrga supreme court kumba yaugrga matung dadi koina anoba evidence puthokpa haibase adum yabudi yai yadabudi nate adu yamna di logande aduna aikoigi masigi matangda aikoigi land acquisition law gi matangda relevant provisions sing aduga intricacies aduga madugi technicalities di matangda aikoigi member secretary elect muibana yamayamda phajana mari chumna thambirani adu ai yamna sangna matang mama mayam wetam logjaroi now as an executive chairman of Manipur State Legal Services Authority, I would like to leave some information about the activities carried out by the Manipur State Legal Service Authority. Legal services institutions are not merely administrative bodies. They are the very embodiment of our constitutional promise of justice to all. In a nation as diverse as India, where economic and social disparities can often be stark, access to justice is not easily accessible to all, especially for those who are marginalized, vulnerable, and voiceless. This is precisely where legal service institution established under the Visionary Legal Service Authority Act 1987 steps in. The primary objective enshrined in Article 39A of our Constitution is to provide free and competent legal services to the weaker section of society, ensuring that no citizen is denied justice due to economic or other disabilities. Let me also highlight a very important provision under our legal framework. Section 12 of the Legal Services Authorities Act 1987 provides that scheduled tribes are entitled to free legal aid. This means that any citizen of Ukhrul affected by land acquisition can approach the District Legal Service Authority, the High Court Legal Service Committee, or even the Supreme Court and get legal services completely free of cost. We are here to ensure that your voice are heard and your rights are protected. I must inform you that High Court of Manipur is relentlessly working for the construction of District and Session Judge building at Phungraitang, Ukhrul. Due to some litigations filed before the High Court, the construction of District and Session Judge Court has been delayed. Efforts is made to start constructing the court building within the existing available area allotted to the court. The drawing of the court building and DPR has been approved by our Honorable Chief Justice. The High Court also have held meeting with the State Executive for sanctioning for funds for construction of District and Session Court, Ukhrul. I implore all the public and CSOs to kindly extend maximum cooperation so that the construction of District and Session Court may be smoothly carried out. Before I conclude, I congratulate the Tangkhul Naga, Aung Balong, Tangkhul Naga Long, and the Manipur Legal Services Authority for organizing this vital legal awareness program. I also acknowledge that many of you have come from far-flung villages crossing districts for this awareness program. I thank you all for your presence and wish that today's awareness program will be fruitful and beneficial to all of you. It is through such initiatives that we will not just build roads and bridges, but understanding, empowerment, and community strength. I wish the people of Ukhrul prosperity, good health, and success in every walk of life. May this land continue to flourish, and many development here serves as a model of harmony between man and nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship. May we all take this final opportunity to listen to the short speech from our Honorable Mr. Justice Kempaiah Somashekar, Chief Justice, High Court of Manipur, and also the Patron-in-Chief, Manipur State Legal Service Authority. The lectern is all yours, Your Lordship.
Good afternoon to each one of you. On the dais, my esteemed brother, Justice Bimol ji, Judge High Court of Manipur, Executive Chairman, State Legal Services Authority, and my esteemed brother, Justice Guneshwara Sharma ji, Judge High Court of Manipur, State of Manipur, and also the Chairman of the High Court Legal Services Committee, the Registrar General, High Court of Manipur, the President of the Advocates Association Ukrul, the District and Session Judge, Member Secretary of State Legal Services Authority, Member Secretary of the District Legal Services Authority, and the President of the one of the organization who was the first speaker. The subject is very vast. Time is very constrained. Of the dais, the advocates members, some resourceful persons, then electronic medias, and then paper medias, the audience, and the general public, and the students of law, and my judicial officers. This program has been scheduled for legal services and awareness program. Legal Services Authorities Act. It has come into force in this country 1995-96. Even prior to that, Legal Aid Board 1987. In the year 1987, the Legal Aid Board was come into force. Then that board was consisting the Deputy Commissioner, otherwise to call the District Magistrate, then District Collector. But for having a faith with the authority, that is a judicial authority, in the year 1995-96, Legal Service Authority was come into force. The State Legal Services Authority, District Legal Services Authority, and Taluka Legal Service Committee. Even in the national level, for short form MASLSA, it is in the full form Legal Services Authorities Act. That MASLSA it is headed by one of the senior most judge in the Supreme Court of India, being a chairperson. The Chief Justice of India, honorably, will be the pattern in chief. And one of the senior most judge, honorably, will be the chairman of the Supreme Court Legal Services Committee or Authority. Similarly, in the state high courts in these countries also, inclusive of the state of Manipur also, Chief Justice, then immediate to the Chief Justice, senior-most judge, and also another senior-most judge. They have been head the institution. Similarly, in the district court also, district judge, then senior civil judge, and civil judge and JMFC. Sometimes very difficult to analyze the issues because it is an important piece of legislation that directly touching the lives of millions of people across this country. The voiceless person in this country must be securing some justice. It is in accordance with law. It is in accordance with certain guidelines. It is in accordance with certain enactments. That kind of an awareness, that programs are very much required from the grassroots level to the higher level in the district level, even in the state level, and also in the national level. The first speaker, he was emphatically speaking about, now the very sir is off the dais. Initially he was on the dais. The judicial review, some justice in the court of law. It is in accordance with law. It is based upon the evidence. It is based upon their statements. It is based upon their documents. But in the legal services authorities under that enactment, across the table to sit together, the authoritative persons are there. They have to be decided your issues by looking into the materials, by looking into the statements, by looking into their submissions. Even the chief headsman in the village level, even the president of the organization, even some intellectuals in the society, they have to be approaching the legal services authorities in the state level. It is in Impal. In the district level, in all the district headquarters, that to be the judicial districts to be declared, the district and session judge, who is a chairman, having such kind of authoritative power to decide the issues. Firstly, it is required some awareness, that is awareness to the general public, awareness to the millions of peoples, because this country consisting in all 140 crores of people, we have to address the issues. But in the court of law, deciding the case, it will take its own time. Securing the witness, securing their documents, subjected to examination, subjected to cross-examination, then hearing the arguments and rendering some sort of a judgment. The judgment it is based upon, it is in accordance with law. But in the legal services authorities, there is a materials on record, and it is across the table to sit together to decide their issues. It is the win-win situation because of the reasons. The parliamentarian law, even in the state laws, it gives so much of power that power, it should be exercised absolutely and positively. The justice, it must be reach to the public in general. The judiciary having so much of power, but time is also very much required. In one side civil litigation, in another side criminal litigation, then so many RTC proceedings in your side, in some documents, some demarcation, some mutations. These are all the issues are there. These are all the issues, it can be settled. Settled in their taluka level, district level. Such kind of an awareness, it is very much required to the general public. Even the taluka panchayat, mandal panchayat, even jilla panchayat. So many panchayats are there that they have to be addressed the issues and advising to the general publics. In case any accidental case, met with an accident, it is not in his hand. It is an act of God that seeking some compensation. The compensation perhaps have been awarded by the tribunal. It will take its own time. In a minor injuries, even major injuries, even in a death case, that matters have to be decided by the tribunal. It is based upon the evidence. It is based upon the medical evidence. Then it would be decided. It is before the Lok Adalat. It has to be decided before the mediation. It has to be decided under the concept of judicial settlement, and also to be decided under the wider sense and scope of compromise. In case of deciding their issues, the claimants versus insurance company, the claimants versus insurance company and the owner of the vehicles. And so many judgments are there. It has been rendered by the State High Court. It has been rendered by the Supreme Court of India. Even in the Pranay Setis case, in Magnum case, and so many cases are there. That cases have been decided the issues. What is the quantum of compensation? What is the award of the compensation? How it has to be awarded? What is the proportionate of the injury? Whether injury is a simple injury, whether injury is a serious or grievous injury, whether it is a case of death, what is the sources of the legal heirs of the deceased? What is the sources of the injured person? Whether he is only a member in the family to eke out the life of the legal heirs or family members, it has to be decided even before the Lok Adalat. Because of that reason only, this kind of a awareness programs, it is very much required. Even in health programs, even health awareness is also very much required. Because of the reason the constitutional makers and also specifically stated in Article 39, capital letter A of the Constitution of India, that provision has been very consciously added. Legal aid shall be provided. No man should go out from the court of law. He should be securing some justice. The justice, it is in accordance with law only. Mere because he is a poor man, he can't deprive the rights. Mere because he is a rich person, he can't override the rights of the poor person. Therefore, the judgment, it has rendered very long back. Even very beautiful judgment of Kesunanda Bharati's case. It has decided in detail related to the preamble of the Constitution of India. This Constitution of India, very beautiful fabric having social justice, economic justice, political justice, religious justice, brotherhood, fraternity. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a democratic, social, secular republic. This is the cardinal principles in the constitutional preamble. No man should be deprived his fundamental rights. Because of the reasons, the legal awareness, it is very much required. It is from the grassroots level. Unless legal awareness, it can't possible to secure justice from the certain agencies in the government level. The president of the organization, he was very consciously addressing certain issues. The Constitution of India, it consists in 3 organs. One is legislative organs, another is executive organs, third one is judicial organs. The legislative organs, including the local bodies also, including the scope of customary laws also, they have to create the law. It is to be protected by and also followed by the executive authorities, that is the bureaucrats. In the district level, deputy commissioner, who is head of the administration. In the law enforcement agency, superintendent of police. In the district judiciary, district and session judge. In the taluka level, Tahsildar, Subdivisional Magistrate, Assistant Commissioner. They are all the executive agencies. After passing through this enactment and the executive agencies as a bureaucrats, then only the court of law is take the law into, it is in accordance with law to decide their issues. Because of the reasons, the empty vessel is always make some noise. Empty vessels, it is always make some noise. The vessel is full of water. There is no making of any noise. Today's some sounds, today's some issues, it is nothing but as a half-baked knowledge. Because of the reasons, this kind of legal awareness programs, it is very much required. My brother Sharma ji, customary law, it was beautifully analyzed. Customs, it is prevail in the society. It is their own customs. It was also decided, it was also be emphasized in Article 13, Clause 3 of the Constitution of India. Custom is also amount to law. It is having its own sanctity. It is having its own validity because it is their own customs. It has decided by the constitutional makers. The Constitution was drafted by, and that committee consisting in all 387 members. It was headed by Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, Gopala Swami Iyengar, and so many, Dr. Baba Rajendra Prasad. But 387 members, they have been taken into task, do deliberation, do discussion and consultation. Totally 2 years, 11 months, 17 days, they have been taken to bring this constitution to this country. This is a text. This is a textual authority. This is a fundamental document. Because of the reasons, we must looking into the constitutional issues. And therefore, Article 226 of the Constitution is there. Article 32 of the Constitution of India is there. If there is any violation of fundamental rights, knocking the door directly to the High Court under Article 226, knocking the door of the Supreme Court of India under Article 32 of the Constitution of India. Article 32 it has stated, it is as good as a heart and soul. Unless Article 32, and there is no scope to the remaining any articles. But Constitution consisting in all, Article 1 to Article 395. Because of the reason, in Kesavananda Bharati case, decided what is property right, what is human rights, what is constitutional rights and powers. But in their 1894, the Land Acquisition Act was come into force. It was in the British rule, 1894. But Section 18 of the Land Acquisition Act, in case it is required to be acquired the properties of the others, there should be issue notification. It is 4-1 notification and 6-1 notification. But in the year 2013, the very enactment was thoroughly amended, and it is to be stated as right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act of 2013. This enactment was come into force. The intendment is justice, it should be reach to the land owners, land losers, mere because they have been losing the land and losing the lands, they can't deprive their rights. The compensation, it should be given, it is in accordance with law. It is based upon the fertility of the land. This land consisting in all 7 layers. In this Ukrul, this entire district of Ukrul, it's surrounding with mountains and surrounding with some valleys. But it is very difficult to look into. Fertility of one area differs to the fertility of another area. It is based upon the fertility of the area and land. The Land Acquisition Authority shall take into consideration and awarded compensation. That is the provision of law. In Section 2, so many sections in the 2013 Land Acquisition Act. It is not just as a legal document, but it is a manifestation of justice. Justice. It is equality, then equity, and respect for the rights of the individuals and also communities. Today, in this program, very difficult to synchronize the particular aspects. But walk of life through the so many backgrounds, the key features and significance and the challenges of the Act 2013, and offer a few reflection in the road ahead. But road map is very wide. But consideration of the issues within the parameters of law. In this background, sometimes very difficult to answering to each one of the queries and each one of the issues. The issues, it has to be decided. It is in accordance with law. For that reason only, this program has to be scheduled here in, because Ukhrul districts, it is very, very far away to the Imphal. It is a capital city. But each one of the districts, I am aware of it. Very beautiful districts, very beautiful states. But we want to protect their rights. How to protect their rights? It should be looked into, to introspection ourselves, where we are, what we are, how to resolve the issues, how to rendering some justice. This is the main objectivity of the not only to this enactment, it is the constitutional views. The constitutional views, it is extended to the local level. That is the local board. That is, I don't know that in your side, whether called it as Mandal Panchayat or Taluka Panchayat or Jilla Panchayat, maybe there shall be some different features, different organizations. But in your side, the deputy commissioner being called as a district collector. Likewise, this Act of 2013, the object is to ensure fair compensation to the landowners, to the land losers, where their land is acquired for the general public. It has addressed in a judgment of Kesananda Bharati case, that is under Article 300A, even Article 31 of the Constitution of India, to provide adequate rehabilitation and resettlement to those displaced because of they have lost their property. Why? Because it was acquired by the acquiring authority. I am very consciously to say that the Deputy Commissioner, in case present on the dais, otherwise somebody is maybe deputing to sharing up a dais, have so much of knowledge. What is the land laws? What is the civil issues, criminal issues? To decide there, to decide their issues then and there only. Otherwise the society will be suffer. The society consisting you people also. Society consisting each and every people also. But the president of the Bar Association was in customarily putting some shawls and also handing over some sword and also some spears. It is nothing but as a defense. It is a customs. Because of the reasons very difficult to synchronize in this unique program, to bring transparency in the process of land acquisition. The transparency is very much required to strike a balance between the need for infrastructure and development and the rights of the people affected by such development. Even road formation. While I was traveling from Impal by 7 a.m., reached to Krul, it is around 10 o'clock, almost all 2 hours. What kind of an harassment? How the road is maintained? Why not? That is, in the district level, either the deputy commissioner or the Jilla Panchayat, chief secretary, they are the bureaucrats. They have to be taken note of it, to develop, to protect the rights of the citizen. In case anything it would be happened, who is liable? In case met with an accident, who is liable to pay the compensation? Because two vehicles are colluding and collusion and a mishhappen. The insurance company, even the owners of the vehicles, it is no of his liability to pay the compensation. Then who is liable? Neither the deputy commissioner, who is an authority, is liable, or the Jilla Panchayat chief secretary is liable. Why can't they have to be made them? They have to made them as a party to the proceedings, to teach a lesson to them. Then only it can possible to rendering some justice to the needies in the society. It is a timely justice, then speedy justice, then inexpensive justice. This act is applicable. It is universally in respect to the acquisition of the land for the public purpose of public. But fair compensation it should be given. Rehabilitation and resettlement it should be provided. It is alternatively allotment of housing sites, monetary compensation, and livelihood support, employment opportunities to at least one family member, infrastructure and amenities in resettlement areas such as schools, roads, and health care. This is perhaps the first central legislation to integrate that rehabilitation and resettlement provision. It is an obligation. It is an obligation on the part of the state. It is an obligation on the parts of the union. It is an obligation on the part of the central government. It is an obligation on the part of our people representatives. They must be work it out on this line. This kind of awareness it is very much required. Because of the reason this program has been conducted. Even it is a social impact assessment. This mandates a social impact assessment for all acquisitions except those under urgent clauses, the number of affected families, the extent of land being acquired, the impact on livelihoods, environment, and public resources, I am ensured that the public in general who are in this podium must be aware of it and also sit together across the table in the District Legal Services Authority, otherwise in the State Legal Services Authority, and close your cases to seeking some compensation and seeking some other reliefs. It is in accordance with law. Sometimes consent, it is also an amount to some laws, some validity, some sanctity. Public and private partnerships. In case the private companies, the consent of 80% of affected landowners. In the public-private partnerships, 70% consent is required. I am talking about presently the role of Grama Sabhas. The very president in the organization, the law, it is in a court of law. The role of Grama Sabhas, particularly in the tribal areas and also scheduled areas, the consent of Grama Sabhas is a mandatory. It is having its own sanctity. It is having its own validity. This is in keeping with the spirit of the panchayats. It is the extension to the scheduled areas, Act of 1996, and seeks to protect the rights of the indigenous people, that is in the local people, safeguards against misuse. Sometimes the enactments, it can't possible to success, and also misuse sometimes. It should not be happened. Because of the reasons this kind of legal awareness program, it ought to have been given. Significant of this act is concerned, it is not so easy to address the issues, because we have to deal so many issues in the court of law, in whatever the status, either the civil judge and JMFC, or the civil judge senior division and CJM, or the district and session judge, or even the state's high court as a judge of the high courts, and in the top courts of this country. But this enactment of 2013 represents a paradigm shift in the philosophy of land acquisition. It is no longer about state control, but about the state responsibility. It balances development with justice. It acknowledges that those who sacrifice their land and livelihood for national progress must be treated with dignity and fairness. It provides legal recognition to the social and economic rights of the landowners and the displaced. Some implementation, it is the challenging issues. Because of the reasons, the bureaucratic delays, the inadequate awareness, resistance from the corporates and states, and the lack of uniform implementation. And even 2015, there shall be some ordinance. It is a controversy. An attempt was made to amend the act through ordinance in 2015, which sought to remove the consent and SIA. In certain cases only, this led to widespread opposition and was eventually withdrawn. This program is building capacity, ensuring awareness, and promote technology, and strengthening the role of the society and the legal aid in the empowering the affected people. The public-private partnerships And these are all the issues are very much and more important and having its own sanctity. But these are all the issues has been cleared by the Honorable Supreme Court of India in a judgment of Indoor Development Authority versus Manohar Lal and others. In SLP, it was rendering that judgment by the bench consisting of all 5 members. They have been extensively addressed the issues. What is the enactment of 2013? How that enactment is required to be implemented. These are all the issues are there. But one thing I would like to say that in this unique function, we the people must be aware. Awareness, it must be in accordance with law, within the parameters of law. But human mind is very vast. I am standing before you in this podium box. My mind is thinking only to these aspects. In case I will return back to my seat, my brain will thinking another process. But this human anatomy consisting 378 organs, and sometimes 178 organs, it is enough. And even the 78 organs is also enough to survive. But 5 vital organs are inside our body. That is brain, lungs, heart, liver, and kidney. These 5 vital organs are important to protect. We have to be protected. Then only we can able to survive in a longer period. Because of some tension. We must be tension free. How to tension free? It should be in accordance with law to close their issues. Some incident either civil side or some incident in the criminal side. It has happened. It is not in our hand. It is in the hands of the Almighties. Some advisors are there. Then we have to securing some advice. Even the small kids in the families also as an advisor to the parents. That kid, it is a kid, no doubt, but it is an agency of the God. It will give some signal to us in a family disputes. It is a dispute between the wife and husband. The children will be the sufferers. Then they will be advised to the father also sometimes. Because of seeking some compensation, seeking some maintenance, seeking some permanent alimony, at least it is in the interest of the status of their minor children or major children or family members of your children. The wife and husband should close their issues. How long they will be survive on this earth? Maybe, in case good health, up to 60 years. In case more good health, more than 60 years also. But after 60 years, there shall be some concept of senility. The very person who is attaining 60 years will be suffering with so many, some sort of a disease in the societies because of some tension, because of some mounting the tension. It should be reduced. How to reduce? Then arbitration, then mediation, then conciliation, then judicial settlement, and compromise. These are all the methods. These are all the mechanism system. This system has been introduced by whom? By you people who are the representatives. They are the parliamentarians. They are the legislative bodies members. It is very difficult for me to analyze each and every issues. But our legal resource persons are there, that our member secretary is there. Some food of elements of thought is also left with them. Let them to address the issues before you all. But one thing I would like to share in my thoughts. State of Manipur is very nice state, protecting the rights of any person. Love become biggest of love. Hatred will become hatredness. We want to develop love and passionate. Then only it can possible to survive. Nowadays, human versus human issues, human versus animal issues. It is an issue in between the rich and the poor. It is an issue in between the lowest stratus in the society and the highest stratus in the society. That kind of, that anomalies, it should be sorted out across the table to sit together and close their issues. Because of this reason, this kind of a program has been scheduled by the State Legal Services Authority. I am saluting thousand salutation to that my brother Bimol Singh as an executive chairperson, and equally to that my brother Sharma ji. They have been taken care of that and scheduling this kind of a program, and also with that president organizers who is sat off the dais. Your knowledge has to be used, sir, to advise, sir, to settle their issues, sir. Let them to live in a longer period for the remaining span of life. The scope is live and let live. It is in according to the dharma. Dharma means in Sanskrit rule of law. Rule of law in the meaning judicial review. Judicial review in the means of intellectuals. This kind of programs, it is always very much required, time and again, not only to the Ukhrul districts. It should be in each one of the districts in state of Manipur. Then only it can possible. The problems, it would be sorted out. It would also be resolved. Till disappearance of the sun and moon, we are here as a human beings. Crores of species on this earth. But these human beings are very special human beings, very special species. Why? Because having some extra curricular activities only to express our views and express our thoughts. But everything we have to be learned from the animals only. I will give you one illustration. You see the elephant in the forest. The sea elephant, it is always moving the elephant herds with some their babies, otherwise some small elephants. But in the rear side, the tusker is always to be followed. It is nothing but as a defense. Likewise, the families also, we have learned. Even cat is also. You see the cat in this podium, along with the two small kittens, rounding here and there and seeking some justice. We have to learn something from him, from that kitten also. We have to learn something from the wilder animals also. We have to learn so many virus also. Some bad virus and good virus. But 2019, it is a bad virus. But it would be some good virus also. In case bad virus to be killing, to imposition of any some drips or treatment, it will killing the good virus in the human body. That is also the problems. Because of the reasons, we must have having so much of knowledge in the legal field, in the medical field, in the technical field, in administrative field also. Family. The family, he is supposed to be very beautiful family, very nice family, very healthy family only. The spouses are supposed to be very good. Otherwise, family will be disturbed. It would be disturbing to the life of the children also. But the advocates are here, I think so. They are in the noble profession. They must have some responsibility to advise their litigants. That is a marital, some differences, some land acquisition disputes, some civil disputes, demarcation. So many issues are there. I know that issues, it is to be sorted out by their customary laws, by their traditional laws, by their superstition laws. Whereas the resourceful persons are there, let them to address the issues for the remaining to the audiences. I pray for Almighty shall give to you all, including other citizens in this state of Manipur, to good health and wealth and happiness for the remaining span of life in their period. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for our Lordship Chief Justice K. Somashekar. Thank you so much. From the delegations assembled here, we extend our thankfulness for the legal wisdom imparted by all the guests of honors and our chief guest himself. We truly believe a day like today is very auspicious. For now, we will be having a short break of 10 minutes since the panel of judges, our chief guest, our guest of honors, and the officials, the High Court officials, since they are all tied up in other schedules, they have constructional sites to visit, courts to visit, and etc. So we shall release them from this first inaugural session. And for now, before we move on to the technical session, we shall all have a short break, a break for a duration of 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Itum hunnaka break kuisa hiwitili itum we kyashi gupaya kuiru sir kuiru elek muiva wena. Ajui topic the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013 hi itum tamkuira itum masangla hiwitili arama itum discussion and question hour later jene hiwi session hi itum na mamla itum na matai lak kaina focus sang sangai razang hai itum delegation spingly. Thank you so much for the remainder of your schedule. We wish you delightful hours ahead. Their lordships and the delegations, may the good vibe of Ukhrul favor your stay in the district headquarters tonight. itum we saklak khaya hi we topic hi itum technical session hi hopok ko vai sau sa chen itum hall hili ungjang mamanda itum we resource person hili atam hi miugi gujina chen ara hall hili razang vai khang hot ksana. Hiwi session we tili arama discussion kala question hour legi jahaugi da itum hiwi topic hi hiwi session hi itum resource person na hangs tegi gi jiwi maram hi itum focus sala kam thalan nganang room sa arama discuss our discussion question hour we session ni lama pung phala kaina singangum khawai gi ji khang hot na request kasana. Leigishia itum khu wenrazang haya delegate sping ara itum mangalila kahang penchestra khalidle itum we session hi hopok vai sausa chen hi we vacant seats ping hi ara fill up sam man se atam na shrot khai na maram saugi da itum hi thak ta hopok laga nang khwai chan khwai duration media clear time period hili kupsang khwai sa se ajuwi legal aid program he jaina itum razang mi man se mangali la razang mi lo ngashik mai da pam lakha resource person we itum we khira bing hing anang room se razang mi man lo hopok vai sausa. ning shila khaira ara itum technical session we ka khreya session hi hopok vai sausa hi we topic hi na tum la program sheet lizang hai thada itum ko tong apa khoi ra jaina ara without much further ado issue with resource person kuiro elect muiva MJS member secretary MASLSA li atam hi midlay an elect ni awe atam jira khoi miaun
Remetida itum sai korui ksa khwa vreli ningashi midale hithada tangkul khui aunga khala hangbu pingli khangrum sangaphang khala hithada ayun mi matangli itum phai khangrum kachan sa khangrum tam sangaphang wibang khala kataina khangnaina rachang khaya Kyasi Kangia Tangku Aunga being Katana being President Runo, Executive Runo, Natum Katongali, Ning Shilakaire, Coloring Palakaire, Natumna Hidada Manipur State Legal Services Authority Nakang Hot Tranli, Natumna Hidada, Ring Palakaina respond Kamuang, Natum Katongali, Ningashimidale, Natumwi, Legashi, Kyakashi. Issue with Chief Justice Lee, color issue with High Court with judges being Lee, color officers and staff being Lee. Take high got all much. Ning Shilake atumla, Ning Yang Lakare the Kui. Achu with topic he atang hang hai tada. Ishi tangkul kapungwi Lee. Relevant salakaya topic ne the Kui. Color now the la Rashok Kijilila. He tada relevant safura the Shitsange Dankur to end of a maning tura ka, my take to end English to end issue. Karewi, inaugural session Jili, issue with Justice A. Bimol na, kala issue with Chief Justice na. He with topic hili, Tang Kai Lang the Matui mi Kaine, Jena Achana to the Papta Sasita, Iwi Bangva, he Tang Kai hit at the in the mum to Ilala Kaine. Kata salala, my day to color Gajartui, Matada Makasala, Zangdale Ray, Agakani, Jaina ina, he hangling aye. Hitada Ek Aka, Right to Fair Compensation and Rehabilitation and Settlement Act, Land Acquisition Mimatang Hili. Government of India na 2013 li data ek hi sem laga 2014 li hi enforce ka sane hi wi background hi ka chuga ina hangai hi data ek hi ma sem rang lakha British na shemai sai British na ek ka chunga shemai IPC la shemai Indian Evidence Act la shemai during a chai hi la thada Haklak Kaya ek akne Kanala Kai the Mahangamne Kamika Chungali Saga Jua ekne Hikata ek hi kivina shemau klejaka British Kraina Raikashang hi pirapo kaine issue we railway industry kala songfu expansion kasa maintenance kasa katong hi khirau gida hikata ek hi shemlaka hi kasangka British tweak highway tilila he chalai sai ka hiwi tung hili ningyang mukhung jaurale ka chungka layau gida matai lap kaina lui khawanau ka cham khangai ping athum mring phalak thuwe chini hiwi hi tada athang ina ek capacity right to fair compensation da ina mahangla fair masa thuwe jini jene hi amen ka sa ta kai sai relook sa ka dakar sai da the legislatures ping ne da ka shame ne chiwi khrewi pa deliver compensation misalala adequate ma ka sa adequate ka da sampangran miran je ma khami jawrele da 30% of the land value ka thakmi arui sachu khai ping jilila rehabilitation atum ka thada ring ka thada ring mura ring khai ka thada ngran usikle khala kali pa mura kali achi simpan ura kle chi ka tha jila machu khami jawrele jimang maning mane publicly la consultation khala public with consent katha jila maga khui jawrele transparency maklai tada government ne jawgida athung meaning ka changji ka sa khala chili urgency clause ta khale jiwa tada china tada aka khui pai salala hikata urgency clause ngai ka consult masala kla hada ngalang da khui ka pai chikata hi misuse ka sa private aka wi tada thaing roka we da private aka wi wang government na land acquis ka sa khami mi akano assuing le him thalak ta le now da aman trak kar I khuyai sa se jaina government li nom laga phaisa mi laga government na da khuizang khami hi wi ek leva yang chikatha le haugida chitha da ka chunga protest sawe mata la kaina ka jam khangai ping lui khawa naw ping jaina thumna thaye arui narmada bachao andolon de yang hila da dam ge shem we na atum dam li sachu khai mi ping hi ma pi ma pam la protest salaga india ka dong we attention khuirar jina o ka thui ka dong we attention khuirare sada singurli la nandigram de la le chi ka tha chi one after another narmada bajao andolon we thili da follow samaman lega he ka tha arui pressure hi mi laga jada ek hi ngachei khwai chi khuirai post liberalization are Dr. Manmohan Singh we atam le ana issue economy hi liberalize ka sane jena ka thakle jika India hi paisa singaute liberalize ka sign economy hi jena ara industrialization khala are we railway expand ka sarno songfu ka thar highway ka semru no ka tong hi khra hi tarkar sai de thayau gi da hili ara now the hitha expansion acquisition ki ka khui thranli friction ma lai khwai da hiwi amend ga samning ka repeal sa la ka thara ga shemji takar sai ji hi fail sa khaini judiciary court ping nala athum li case tada raching haumo jena fair compensation hi wa important sa punge ji hi athum judgment ji atam gi da government li direction mi laka chi thada ka pijing jena hi ka tha ek chila repeal sa la ka thar hi khui khrani de la hangai taga 2013 tada arwi ka sangba jim hang la ina land acquisition act 2013 yang chili compensation la chang hai ne chiwi chili khima mai khlei gi hi ina tada chiwi awi silent feature chi tada haira paina hangtai laka iwi ka phningli ithumuli takar sagi chi point aga khani chi ina ka te now elaborate samaida mathamai de explain sangai iwi tada ka phningli maninga ka hi tada like theorek chi ne ka besia chuk ne isi nya som pam la mukuk mrayang la ka ila expert la maning phum ne kha tha sala la ina prepare sa kai chi ina tada hangai hili thum thai gi je ba itumui ngalai hi ka khui tranjili government section 11 li notification preliminary notification da lahoi notification ka shok tranjili len hi ana evaluate sa khaine ngalai hi first ana evaluate sa khai withili ana notification shok khaine chi important ko asamali hi liung nui rakho ana notification ka khui ka shok hi thada hiwi takar sai re jane hi khui rakho kha asama ngalai hi aman kyak rakle ka tha da sarak le jing che khuinau se da ka sok maning mani ava hiwi ngalai hi takar sai re hiwi ngalai we value hi hirak la pai da ashina khang nganing khaini che jili ashina khang ning than jili asama ithumna hi ba mam yangai ne da ithumna award jili dispute ka sa challenge ka sa jila asama ranau ke ji ka tha da evaluate sak le gi ji ina hangai idumwi ngalai hi aman nga waser klisada ina Mr. X when lo ko queen jena thingya khaina lo khui khle chilla klisada itumwi tada kaza dit zaure le yang tada paper na kli tang ho tu na mi hi pa hui now mera hiba hi wena khu hiwi tang hi wena ina achu chimisho hiwa awing lei hiwi apamwi hi area hia ka haki lupa hia kaina lo haire ji cell deeds tang vai ji refer sa ki jine sabaya ka itu mak song wa tra ka ma cham ne ka hi phalak jine cell deeds si sub register li register ba sa ki jine ka de na pe sa chang re khachi tar ka sa na jilla are itu na court ka sali ka phung wi ba akhwam lem ne da hang da klei chi itu na chi ka tha sing si za atum ai chi mu sungai chi ning ne ka chi ka tha sing si za atum chi da mam tui leng mrak chi ne je na chi wi sell deeds wi value chi higher than the sell deed value samsa da ina ngalai hi lupa thing gai na lo khwe chi chap cha da ili compensate ma sa pa emre higher than that collector akhana land acquisition officer hi collector ka DC na akhang ning higher than that value sell deeds wi yang klisa da chi area jili sell deeds male thura thai kha chi wi ngalem jili ka chi ka tha khangara yang ngalai yor khai wi aman chi kyak lek chi la compare sa ra da hang da klei ni jena hipahi ka tha lui klei ka are sell deeds is sa khale haire kai kana aman pai kai kana aman sak thaka ka tha khai aman ba apam ma chap cha ser la ka tha au kle the chi question ra pai ka jiban khui rak le jena fifth jili sa ga jili aman sak me kap chi hang phanga ji ka pang so kai la ka hang phanga we average pa ji khui gi jin aman ka pai ba ji pai la kai na sell deeds register sa khai ba ji examine ma sa ba mi kala sell deeds la chingum thra wi ma ku wi ba ji me yang ba mi latest chingum ka thum ma lang nang gi chel sell deeds ba ji jina reference point sa gi jine itumna aman ji decide ka sa tran chili collector ne jena ara ka thalui gle ka hili ring ka pha khana ba itumna ka phungli rural area ta hang urban da leilui itum hi pura ka phung area ne rural ni itum hi hili ba ka thak le ka sell deeds ji lupa thing ga compensation ji double the price thing khani re mi gi je ai na tang hangar ko thing ga ma mi paim na higher than that takat ana takat sa ka sang miao sa khani sang miao thing ga sa khani tang ning miao lo na tai ga thing ga sa khani ji itu mo rural area ka thing ga sa khani ji thing khani samati wan gi ji de thing khani samati wi tung ji le multiplier da ka le lu ji multiplier factor yang ji into 2 da rurally ba 2 lu wo je na ka tha khle ji ka 4 times the value of the sell deeds ne wo idu na sambang gi ji hi thing khane ji ka anak tang rum sang mi ji thing khani ja ka thing ba ti sambang gi ji idu mi lam ji ka phungli cha da government na cha da ari acquire sara ji ka tamba ku ji ba khani ne ka ji ina explain tra kla masalui ke itu mi wang wa ji tra ka relevant ma sa ma ne jena akhana ba itu mi ngalai hi ba ka jang kha ba National Highway Act 1956 li acquired sane itu mi Land Acquisition Act 2013 ena le acquire sa pai ka khiwai na tumna National Highway Act 1956 hi ne acquire sa khle je kha procedure ba je china pai me haila sammai haila khala hiwa National Highway Act pa hiwa specific act ne ari we issue we Land Acquisition Act hipana ba general act ne ka tong we compensation ji ana asama hi na decide sa ki 2013 ba ina jena National Highway Act pa hiwa highway expansion khala maintenance khala ari ka sham jawrele building jawrele jimang ne national aming la national highway ji ne hiwa ta the specific we pang jena hi ba hi itumi ngalai hi ka khui tranjili samsa da atang ina tena hang khai tha da ari we public consultation ka tha ka sawi khangte ka sawi ji forgo sa chi forgo je ka da chi ba je bypass sa chi ni je ka compensation khra tran deliver issue we 2013 na compensation sa gi je na kli sa da i ma thai tu ko hilila asil la compensation jang jilla je na hi issue wa National Highway Act 1956 na compensation mira je ka na thumli an thum na chit sai re ida asama detail line ra sa re ka tha khlei ji je atang ina 4 times the ag hangai ko jibaba first amanji yang register sale deeds maning akhala sale deeds khala ari we neighboring we chiwe chiga thang ngalem li kya kai nang yor kle ji yang laga chiwe reference kwi laga lupa thinga ningai ra chili rural area li ba double jawre jaina lupa thing khani chili multiplier factor ji 2 ne aga ji 2 2 za 4 matiere simang maning la solar tm da ale solar shem da hina kilui glej ka ngalai ji ina isa wo wi ne isa wa wi sa sai la ka ara ka tat pat ngere sin ya iwi emotional attachment jili khlei klisa da yang chika thawi ningkha ka cha mring ka pha chui wang ne da hiwa ning ka cha la ma ka cha la peramlem ne kha chitha da lei pai shi ne da government na final compensation jibaba first 1000 ba ji maning la 4000 jile exact amount ji sangmi lu gi jin thaga thing chi shat ki jilla itum we value of the land ji itum na compensation sampang ran ji thing khawi kha amanji na thing khawi ka itum thing chi shat sampang gi ji jena ari kli sa da atang in national highway ja kha ba nai re ari itum we cha tong mak song tam ga sa we khang tai ji ba national highway maning la jena hi ba 2013 na ching gi ji ni jili social impact assessment da la rara sare asam chikatha chi ta details hai na thaingai kha ta ari now the question and answer li lang han milo in a hili latra ka ta atam ji ma mingai ke jena ka thalui kle ji ka hiwi 2013 hiliva private hila very important akane isba private company ka tha hi economic zone the business industry private ne set up sagi chi tamda da data we nano chi saura is tranli and government li hikatha acquisition sage da government nang chonde jibaba hikatha gari quick sok ji itum economy li la khala aman la pai da yorau ge da itum bang la kana jilla sa da private akana ngalai acquire sage is tranli ngalai katinau khui ki chimning de jena accuracy thada shakani khui ge tranli mi ka chungkhali effect size ni mi ka chungkhali effect ka sa tranli mi ka tonga ji pull up with consent ji khui pung ra ji jena hikatha da private company ne acquire ka sa tranli 80% of the interested parties jili affected parties na maya pung ra ji mania kha as acquire ma sa pai ne ji ka public private partnership ta PPP ta le jina jiwa government la ra chang hai ne sai ka atang we 80% consent ba ji meaning la 70% ka 10% suita me la ka jiping jina mayai ka to nga ji acquire sa pung ra ji ne Ari government project le chiva important sala khai defense katha we naval we samsa da ari we ta military base katha he katha hileva consent hi ari atang tha 80% 70% ji ta kam samne ji 2013 lila the hiva ta ari government we khala important khala ta emergency calamity katha tamli ari mi hi ari ring khwai lei faim le thura chen hi wing lei hi khoi ngaw ra hi li settle sara da government na sa da atumi consent kui la sa da ngalai chi kui ai pai ka compensation na mi phung ra athang wi ek chilila aming lila changhai ni hi R&R rehabilitation resettlement ka chi hi hilila ka thalui klei jika hi 2013 live mathala kaina comprehensive sala kaina ka tha da family effect sa khai ping ji khipam mai klei arui resettlement sa ki ji ping hi land owner akhaba chi pang mingmang maning mani kha jili pharai na pam ga sa maninga kha jili phara ji ka shimli ka hang ne kha mania kha thada lui wala ka ana isi tangkhai lui ma jing year say the sharecroppers the is sta the what sa ka sa maning kha jili what sa la ka jiwi ai na livelihood tan ka sa ping tonga jili la rehabilitation hi mi phungra jine resettlement ji mi phungra jine tenen sa we da na mapu bning na chadaw lo mapu pali compensation mi ai bare ba ji maning bane jine ala chikli waura tenen ba ji la thai ka chi awila ka tha da ring phai sa pai rakle pai sai na mira ka ngalei na mira ka ka tha rakle ji ba ji ji la yang sangra jine kli sa da mi ba ji ngalei khangdai ma le ka ari ka phungliwa 200 square feet chaur li square meter sorry feet pa ji teu nai square meter hi ka phung naw li ba mi phung ra jine laga shimla shemi phung ra jine ari wi schema le te indira awas yosna ta jiwi ji aman da sakla khai nim ne kha jiwi scheme wi aman je na shimla shemi ra da hida da jiwi provision ji lai jine klisa da hili ngalai hili cotton ling laga cotton ji iwa thada chili lama pa lakrang e kha cotton chiwi ka sok jene ina lo laga ina leilon jine jene chi government na chi khuyau ki dara I cotton lama sambang thura jene iwi business li la I sachuai re ya thai ka chi ila chili rehabilitation chili ila chiwi benefits khui bai jene klisa da iwa chi thada cotton sang phang jaina ina mahachon jen lo la ina rarak chini ka chon ka san rak la ila channel your khui la khring ne yang artisans athumla changlui chine rehabilitation jili athumla chi ka tha chi resettlement rehabilitation di athumli la yang sang milu ye chine chena hiwi hiba human law tada mathala ka ne miwi ka chot chi mathala ka ne yang mi gi chi lo ne chine asama question tra ka han la pai as thal thak hili ba ka thau le ka chang ka ayin na hili le hau ge da isum na ngar gi ta athang wi hili nganing khai ka to ngachi athum case chi every day hi ka thau case si singa da clean jeina ta the time bound ne 6 months da la hang high court di asamina la chi la hang ra sa ge chimang maning mane athang issue wi speaker ping na la hangai riang employment la mira jine krisa da chiwi ngalai chili athuna khuyai laga chili some industry kata linga laga chili miwat sa khwaila tarkar lei sa chi thaiga chi affected family pingwe na abu mira ta hanglui da clinch krisa da chi da mami ka lump sum compensation mira da hanglui da claim jenei thungmi arui SC/ST jaurale hiliba ithum na athang atungli hang highway compensation jili lang jili 10% ka 2.5% ji rehabilitation na resettlement jili lang mai da milo ta hang da khlei di wi ek paina 2013 ek paina jila ida tra kala ma lui ke jena hiwi hili ka tena restriction khaleile hiwi 2013 hili la ka thakle ka section 10 na multi cropping agricultural land da jibaba luiwa ka kuma khali aksimang khwa ba maning ji ma ji hat khu leo are khama thailing ji ya mayang bai ling lui la ka lastly December li hangam la ling lui ji multi cropping hikatha liba sapai ka hiya masa chu lo jine last resort sada masapai malai thu da yang ngalai ji maning la khangate li la masambang thu je na ji khuira ji mang ji li maya pai mania ka ji ba khanga cha na ji masa chu lo klisa da ji ka thang lai ji khuya e kha wasteland iduna lui rak khui zaur le yang lui masa sa la ka lui thumna katen rak khui sa da wasteland hi equal size and area ji lui ji rak khui la ka chi da agricultural we crops no ji produce hamalo da here the ekina sa da hangai de le ji ne khala chi ka tha ji ba sa pa ya ka tada masa pai thura khangte mlem ne ta ko to khyaura ta lam salo ta hang jibaba multi cropping si ba important sala khaw ge ta jeina hi ba sa pai ga minimum ji requirement ji ka tha apam jeina khuilo ta la hang lui ji ne hira da section 101 lila hangi hira da acquire sa khai ngai hi government industry office or ari factory ringara da songfu semra da khuyai la ka mas ma khuya kha ma shi chi na kha atumi ochim ha phoga kha klisa da jingkum phanga kai kha akhwa ba jili hanunga ka hongoi meaning ka land bank da government with land bank jili sanghaura da hangloi chine atangwi public purpose ka ji atangwi public purpose urgency emergency da hangji reda we act 1894 we pass live public purpose vek sala kaina ha tada amingai public purpose we wang ne ta kui papa ji le chine khai live public purpose hi khi klei ji hi we act hinam thalaina define saluisla outline saluisla atang ina hang khaire naval military base air force armed forces atang we patlen ka tha shem we yang central paramilitary force we ari crpf ka tha BSF ka tha we akthang bajna army we ne kala atang are special economic zone da chiwa tha da some product chi chili produce sa jila chika tha we kala taru ka tha harvest sak vai we kala ngalai hi khuila ka ngalai ma khalaya ka cham nau ping we wang shim shemi khwai chika tha public purpose da jinge chine ara hili ina kate na tam khuyawrele ithumi ngalai hi chitha ta athang collector bachina nowi hi aman hyak tai re ta hanglaka ithumna chili ningyang mong thura kala ithumna yanglaga procedurally la muyai re kala atang ina hang khai tha da chiwi aman double laka solution we khani sida matai lui chi machang thura ta nana cha da khuyawlo aw maning kha atang ina hang tha da Mr. ngalai chi khuinga seng salala Mr. A na Mr. B wi ngalai chi matei sarute I wi bana wa hi wi national highway wi ngalemjang awi bana wa I wi mathang daga amanji ngatei de kan khana chi lang te yaw kita daga chi alila chap cha da mi ilila chap cha da mi ai ka chi inala chi wi matang li inala challenge salui pai chilla samsa te yang ta chikatha chi ina satisfied masatu gida kata da challenge sarakle gi hine first atang public consultation chili ariwi collector pachina nali holaka nani kharchan salaka iwi hitai ida da mui khaine chili ana ai phaire thaka ina wichi sa da miau ka da miai ga phaire khacha da kharchan sa khai wi thilila ithumi sampang ranchi masang ka pang tran chili na ana award shock high tranchili within 6 weeks yewa kachang akatang khai lungli ali application aka mi sang pung re application chili nana hangi ji arui nawi sampang ranchi nawi jina 1 acre dala ka compensation ja half acre li mi hai res jaba measurement li khamui khai la ashina khon liva teu mai da khui khai jena per square feet au gi da asama ngate hau gi la chika thawi chỉ cái thao vì cái ta hàng xí đó difference nên là point out sa phung gi này chỉ là thằng in hàng ngày first the amount này nên là sambang ran chỉ mà sambang thura nên vì ari nên là vợ matira là cái solution chẳng cái chỉ satra chỉ là cái asin là vợ nên vì calculation à thì số đó vợ khani mang vì miao chỉ ba chỉ amount dispute lại khai vì cái khani li vợ thằng vì measurement cái thằng chỉ li nên vì area na hak mai là cái anh tiêu mai đó khui measure sa là cái chỉ à thì số đó mi khai chỉ cái thao vì chỉ thấy cái na application file sa bài chỉ là cái lý sa đó ác na vậy thùng lý tuổi ác cái nặc sọc even người lấy chỉ miêu mình ác cái này sọc cái mà lấy tiếngแต่ชีวิต dispute จีเล่ก็นั่นนะจีโอ้ยอีวิอีเหี่ยวอีวิเงินเลยนะก็ท่านอีวิคงได้เปล่ามิงไงนะอมนี่ก็อีวิมาปูมาคิดเปล่ามิงไงนะสกเอาก็เลยวันนี้ก็จีนองราชิงคูจีจะได้เงินเลยจีอาทุงมีปุลับเล่งรวมแล้วก็อาสมาบa portion จีก็อามันจี award จีก็ตาทานลีลูกปั๊มกุศิบกีจีใกล้กันลูกปั๊มพงอาสมพงเอาใกล้กันทุ่มราสมพงอักกันทราสมอักขันนี่นะพังงาสัมพังเอาเจ้าก็โยอีละงารายจ้า的สัมพังยี่มันยิ่งก็อีวิละมกู的พังงาสัมพังยี่สิท้าวิ dispute จีนั่น application จีจีจังจีบ่น่ะเสียงละไกนั่นก็ปีกีจีมาจังละแต่ application มีสังมาปาจีมาซาไปมันเนี่ยจีบ่าวอารุย collector ว่านักเขียนทรานจีลีนวี grievance หรือนวีมริงกับพาจีขี้เลยจานั้นท่าไรนี่ยังไฟจีอะไรที่ตาเดอ collector ดิสิลีจะเดอ application มีใครทรานจิลีฮิวีเอกฮินักขี้หางเลยจ้ะค่ะอันจิลียังแล้วก็อัน adjudicate สักจิมนิ่งเนี่ยอันพิจารณาสักจิมนิ่งเนี่ยอาว่า audition จีมีใครเนี่ยขณะนั้นละจีนู้ audition จีลีมั่มยาข้างไงจีตาเดอนั่นละจีไทยใครเนี่ยจิลีอันถ้าเขาราโลอินิวิฮิเชมสวกเซจีมาเอา power มาเลยลุนอันนั้นฮี refer สักจิจี referral court reference authority เดอักงไว้ตั้งหลักเจ้าว่า mention ใช่หรือเปล่าก็ตั้งคนตุลิมาหังตุกิดันทุ่มเทละไปจีฮีวิเอกอาทิสุดาฮีวิ referring authority เดอัก establish สักจิฮีวิ qualification ก็ท่าละเลยเสร็จอาคณะ sitting มันยิ่งค่ะ retired district and session judge อาคณะ advocate จึงกุมชินีก้าใครมีอาคณะจะได้กับปังสังใบจีบาจี chief justice ลี consult ซาละก็จะได้กับปังสังกิจินีอะไรรู้มันญี่ปุ่นลี arrangement ซาได้เคลย์ว่าอีทุ่มวี district and session judge ได้เคลย์ไปฮิลีอีทุ่มเนาะจี empower ซาใครเนี่ยจีลีอาลี reference court ได้ reference authority ได้จะได้มีใครนี่จีลีcollector bahina land acquisition officer bahi dc bahina no we application ji sampang khan leo da chimi sho thumra wi lungli ana awi view ji ala hitaye kharchan ji hitaye inna le hita da mi ana hita da makham ya ne da mi ka gi chin within 30 days jena reference court here civil court we power ji sichine zibaba civil court hinaba saki hi examine sa pai saki ka sa jili tumna ot khui laka saki khui laka evidence khui pai gi chine khala civil court we power na ba mi ba hi saman sa pai kipa ru no in a khiwi case li taka sara je kha a hi witness aka sadala ormning kha expert aka sadala chithada saman sabai chine athang disina evaluate ka saji experts bingwi yang changi chi athang wi ngalai chili in asam rana sare structure khle shim khle yang mening ka athang khang hai thada thingrong khle mening ka ngulung kui khle yang mening ka chiwi ngalai chi itumna ari ka thada hangsida ari itum hanling dakle yang jiwi aman ka tonga jila changfu gi jine ngalai mang maning la ji disina thada sa ka pai maning la expert maning la jili horticulture we agriculture we khangatai we forestry we officers zang laga atumna expert committee jina hiwi thingrong hi hya kan hya khagai re hyak chue re hitaka akhali aman hyak re hitara ga tonga chi ana calculate sa chi ga tha wi krisa da chi wi expert pa ja aman ji tiu na da semyao le na ra lo court na ho bai ari authority ba jin ho bai ka tha da hi ra ngau le da ali question sa bai kiwi na scale ji si nau le hiwi ka tha le basis ka je ne kle chi ga tonga chi referring court authority ba china sa pai chine jena ka thalui khle jika klisa da hi sok pai kho collector ba china ali application la an chili pam sanau ana ki khala referring court chili ma mila awi saran ji masala na pam sanau lo ka thawra taiga direct referring court pa chili itumna ari application ma mi pai chili chiwi presiding officer jawrle judge pa china collector ba chili disili within 30 days no we reference court li mikaulo da hang bai jena chila klisa da collector ba china mi ka thul thaika chi ek athi shuda reference court pa china ba disili nam phuena mika khang sakui power malai lui chi kha chi na itum thaka itum remedy malai thura chimnim high court le ba bai high court le da malai thura chena read jurisdiction read of mandamus saran ji maksa chena mandamus command samilo chi salo da command samilo da cha da itum na thasang bai chi chena high court na yo disina ka tha ga le chimi so hang thru kai re na ki difficulties le agle na virtually adjudicate sai na na pizar sai lamning na ta refer sai ji na kai atam chak khyauk le da court li in person hall la ka ali ka khan thran le ak khek sam bang ra ka chung chang wa da direction mi awe direction mi la ka anama sa ka contempt of court court wi ka hang ma khang na jena nali khiwai na penalty ma mi ruk le ji ba ji ra ra sai jena high court li wa khai li ba contempt power le au ge da ta high court na direction mi khai li ba mi ser phung nge chi jena chi tha da sai akhnava hili limitation period ta ngwai aru ina tang hang khai tha da limitation period thi itum we award chi sambang ga leo itum na 6 week period chili itum na chili ningyang mu kha satisfied masa kha itum na chi disili itum application chi misangi chi kha mi ga sang hi khipa na misang bai klei ji ba chi la itum thai pungra klisa da iwi compensation ji 50 lakhs sogair in the hypothesis ko jungde amount ji khana na sambang ran ba 3 crore dala khana ba paisa ji thai la ka ning chang naw la jena no ba paisa ji khuyao laka asama ba khui hai wi thile aish iwi hi khachung mai da awareness program wa jena thai dara chung mai da sambang bai ra jena chia da na protest sara da na application ji mi sangra ji ga ji mamyam na chia da khui ga sangwi ka khlat ba na we right si na wave side re ji na mayai re ji ga sa da khui hai la ka na o ili i hi mamyang ai ne ili ba chung mai da mi lo da na mag bil bai ne ji akana ba kli sa da na khui salala on protest yang I himam yang alam ne kha I aruri ba hi khuyai sara kha I ba hi enhancement si I challenge sara I ba pora ta na on protest na khuyai kha ji na at least you can still yang kha cha da compensation ji award sai salala I mo khwim re I himam yang aim ne da ji ka tha mi ba ji ba he is eligible our cha da application ji misang ra ne ji ne hili nana 6 weeks ji kan khai tranjili nana tha sang lala limitation period le haugida disina na atam cha da ma tha thura ta chiri check la sabai ji ha khanga chana chi tha the 6 weeks period chili tha the stick sa pung ra ji the strictly sara ji ba ji malim sikra sa da kali sa da athang in hang khai da disina no we application ji reject sai salala on limitation ground je ba atam cha da na mami sang thu re da sai salala athang in hang khai da high court li wa re ari reference court li ma ba pa ne reference authority li ma ba pa ne je na high court li wa la ka high court na da ina ari da yang khra tran li at least 2-3 months delay ka sa hi da ana yang mi ji ne ka hiwi hili ring ka pha kana wa atang ina ka hang lam hang thura ka hiwi atang wi referring court pa je ji civil with power le ji ne ka procedure wa CPC follow sa pungra or many civil procedure court ka ji ne CPC ji yang la ka khangatai aka da CPC follow sa pungra ji malaim ne hiwa there is only one rules. That rule is there is no rules. Yeah? Rules malaim ne, procedure malaim ne. Are we presiding officer bajina, authority bajina, natural justice. Yeah? Itong mi principle of natural justice. Hibahi sichin laga. Are we law of equity dale? Tada at least tada araga tawi law jaurele. Mi bahin ile pesa sukjine. Jingum ka thumne limitation period hi ana ili ma polak thura a ili jingum ka thumi thili a ili case file ma sa paim ne chi paisa wi ka you are rights ma lem ne ka equity says ya law of equity na ba ina ka shukpa saw ga da ina mammi ka lui la sa ga pai chi imi ka ra ne chi ne je ne chi wi law ba chi follow sa principle of natural justice ya ta dai thung mi khanga cha justice sai Shiyan kale Shiyan giji follow sara gine jene hibahi the common sense discretion yeah discretion jika jiwi akhawa authority bachina awi discretion ka chungka exercise sabai jine da chita da le jene ari section 5 of limitation act he applicable sabai the judgment ari court with judgment is the hang hain hina khilui khle jika kalchi katha application or appeal shoot maning mane chipa chili mi akhana huyai salala limitation ji kan thuai salala ana maram ka cha ka mi ai ka sufficient cost hang english tuili chi mi hai ka awi limitation period delay ka saji gondon pheu mi bai jena maram ma cha pung re maram kai khaba illiteracy lui khaba now like makathem like makatam ya khala procedure ji mak thai thu ji ya chi ka tha ji ka changkat ba danger salak ji ji ka tha excuse pa ji ba I ka jawe I wa hospital lai sal ka I wara delhi li check up wa khai ni ji ba ji na phamai lui ji la I wa je ni I wa arui tha ta ju wang ni na sa da application ji atam cha da file ma sa thu ji ne ji ba ji na atam cha maram ji cha me ji ne kha court hina leniency kha le hi le ba he ka thai ba lui khawa naw ping li ka cham khangai ping li ka chung sa chuaw ge ta a chung wi ignorance aurele ignorance of law is not an excuse to hang kha tha salala a thum na ji wi law ayin ma ka thai procedure ma ka thai ya ji ka tha wi na delay sa khai ji ana kon don sa mi bai ji ne atang ji 6 weeks jaire kha ji da award ka sa ji section 21 we atisu da 2013 we le here the award saira ko the notice mi pungi ne mi ba ji le notice ma sang ka pang ka tha mi chang kha ta ka our limitation ji 6 weeks ji our notice sang ka phang ai na ana ka thai atamai na 6 weeks account sara ji ana asama arui authority ji li ana proof sa ki ji omning ka dc ji li collector ji la ana explain sa ki ji or even hitang hi tha da sai kapungli newspaper li publish la ka chiwi ara itumi kapung ara khash ka som khulen aroi ka som katha som da katha torang katha likati sangai newspaper khipa ba sung rak le minimla publicize ala la te chi ama thai pung ra jila the Jiwiji Anam Talin explain satisfied Saraka, Atom with sufficient cost Leka, Jiwi Dileji Condon Sapa Ye. Jena Hidada Ariwi authorities Aurele, he clay he Niki Akle Zika, Mika Chika Tamina. And we award Chile and a satisfied Masa Salala. Aji appeal Sakvai, our Mring Party, Quiva, Chigata Forum Ji Haimi, Hiwi 2013 Ekina Hangbanaba. Color Jada Kamui, Atangi area measurement Jili Kamui. Color award compensation with amount Jili Kamui. Glisada proportion apportionment Jika Kangayer Jili Kamui Jila. Room for correction lay, we reference we authorities lay how get. Jena Klisada collector we come we saulo taka anamusumi kachi fair compensation ji sambangin. Atang we multiplying factor baje 2 bajile et masami salo. O chipa hibatire even double sambangijinda. Lako solution bajila jaka double with double samang luigi chishatska luigi jibaji et masami samne da. Chipas Taigachi Ariwi correction, error correction Sawi, Kutong Zaba, Zaur Liang, Ari Maite Tuli, Jijila, Zada Sampang in Higata reference court authority Klewi Vangaina. Jena Atang in a Hangairek Hangva, he reference we authority live aura, Valaka. Ana the adjudicate Kasaji and a bizarre Takamichi, Mibachina Ningyang Muka, High Court Livara, High Court within Ningyang Muka, Supreme Court Para. Jena Supreme Court Lajibaba May, High Court Lajibaba May, he will procedure Malay, he had the procedure follows Sapungra, Atum the principle of natural justice follows Salaka, a word Sagiznek, Atum the judgment pass Sagizne. In a Tata Asama Malay by Shine. Itum kachung kachangna. Hita the collector bajina award mi khai tranjili. Land acquisition officer bajina amount aka compensation amount aka ning khai tranjili. Reference authority jili khawa tranjili. Kachung kachangna a mani henga mesh. Taga katong valo jimnim ko. Laka kathalukle jika Siena Mibajina, Henga Mera, Henga made in the Uera in which some Bangaira the Anava Alilu Pasaga Kapodala Kamidala, Ka Anava Lupal Tinga Kapodala. Then a reference authority na Saka Wena Sakatum Hengami Haila. Then a Eva Tinga Kaponda, Jane Imring Pamne, the High Court Livanation. Jili Shashini Milvision. Shena Eva Supreme Court Balakra Jena. Supreme Court Kwali, Kachung Zangwa Atumi Ninga Zangji, Sambangjini. The Baba Atunam Kup Maide Yang Hao, Kalamulung Zang Mekarda order Jilla Pasame Augita. Ka Hili Akavale, Marakali Atang in a hangi. 6 months dispose Sarajnika. Atom case Kangajiwi Maram Sada, 6 months meaning la Kumaga Kumgatum. Vakang by. Silaka hiwi nature of litigation jaurele that the case file gasahi kachungzanga group paina sajin individual aina masara charmni group aina gasani baba ili sachu da leka iu khongnai panli la chapcha da mi da le rewo teo nem mai da khamiche chita da sai jainan itumna ngarai ra kha itum wili patient jile kha khang thai jile kha Itumna Tata Arui Pesaji Tayagita, Kual Nay, no, we check Arik Pimiaga, Jena. Ya, the Kuibang Maningla, Kapi, Kamipale, Ninga Shila Misanlu, the young Maningla. Sekopola Miraj, how it don't wait Tata Kachami. Jena Tata Katina Mangchila Tata, Pesami Rim Taylak together Tata, Chila Kuyaga, the Kui Jena, Asamava. Application Misanga Jena, our. We write to website aklatan na write to an satire. The Masaluka Paijila, labor page, labor mage. Chita the Atang in a hang haita the collector bachina Ali. Yeah? And the order talaka no we he application ni reject side the Mikhail Ngavate. Yeah? Mikai ko as tago kata upay mele lumneta. Kat chikataji hikata similar case court li quick tranjili. Court ni kihang klejika. Ana order ta khaijli. Ana again himashungai the mahang by mnejine. Dibaba ina order ta khaijli ina pizza masali by mne in a review masali by mnejine. Dibaba klisa the miyakan iena miyakan muere laga pizza salivara laga ibana iniwichi pizza masaka by tata. Miyaka third person the pizza sagizla. Jane collector bahina application ji ana no we reject side dismiss side the order kataji court na khangbana no we on order chili na judgment mata paimne jaina thaklak kaina ari hibahi referent courts authority li mihaulo the direction ta chini atangwi akanaba thata chikatha jili hyper technical issue that technical issue hipai na ka protest na khuyaira protest na mukhim ne jipachi awi intent ba jili yangra da la court na hanglu ya tada ko khui khai jaina ara asama chida da authority le khawale high court le khawale aw khuyai la ka tranjili court na at least awi lumasan khami ji yang luisine mi pa na khui sala awi ningrin ji khikhle gi jipachi what compel him to take gi jipachi ya jipachi yang luisine jaina court na kahang ba hi hyper technicality lima balo hi sammai da kete now tada simple sammai da hi we hi decide salo da la hangai da klene hina chiwi ari appeal ga sawi chi ina chada hangai re akhanaba athangla issue hyashi khngya tangkui naga longwi president nala khang khai chi itungwi songfu yang khawa translate shim mapam ka pai maring ka pai shim ga chung ga sai re chi matang chi ina ka te naw mathumwi sai le la thai khngai la le la pai chai nei hi matang le la ka te naw ina hangai atang ina hanghai chi atang section 11 this in a notification ma sokrang lakha ava len evaluate sa khai nei chi thai ga na shim ma sa sang rang laka na chili improvement ma mirang lakha na structure develop ma sa rang laka ava evaluate sa khai nei ava amanta kang ning khai nei chi chi masala an evaluate masala section 11 le an preliminary notification ji ma sok maim ni chine jena ari section 26 li hira da hang the collector shall take into account the market value as on the date of publication of the preliminary notification an preliminary notification public sawi market value chili anang ninge chine chili market value chi an decide sai chine under section 11 li collector nakasa the notification sarakle publish sarakle ji atang justice na lahang khai ta the gazette notification to lay newspaper di publish sa pungra kala khangte consult sa pungra inform sa pungra itum muliva autonomous council inform sa pungra dala chang se da klene jo procedure ji an saura translate mandatory ni ba mandatory sa pungi ji ba an market value ji ba an chi atam ji ba an ning haura ji si thau da improvement construction addition ga sa ga dong ji jiwa after notification ga sa tranjili hiwa hang da clay disregard english really hiwa machan sang mara honda court na ka hang ba chỉ cái tha improvement sa sang khai chỉ là construction structure sa sang khai chỉ asama remove cái sa chỉ li demolish cái sa chỉ li paisa chang re dei maning JCPia khane da ko la ka ra li kari na phuma la wa hial luira chui paisa lanting khai je asama compensation jili ali miran jili katat pai ne minus sat pai ji thai kai tum ning sarge ta yang ina chuk mu chuye khu li va shim kham thak ngalam lem ne ko songfu li va check aina la ko chong ga sai khu li sai sa se shui khu ga thai li khu mi thum na thanra si thum mai kala check wi sim ga chong ga le ye de yang so champur kangpok pi li va se shim kham ta check wi sim mang I thum mu de va shim kham thak kalam lai chi lo ko songfu phai li va check aina da sa le fu chỉ là sụp khuy là cái sao đó chỉ thùng mì đi thật đó có khả năng lắc khai cái này chỉ nữa vậy là hàng cái some exemption đã cái này hiểu mà tăng hiểu hiva structure ji lei sa khai shima ka sa la ka yang kham kup sang na la lei sa ji je notification ka so ka na tang lang da acquire ka sa maning la jaw ka da chiwi structure ji lei sa la ka chiwi kup ka sang jaw re le shim ji jiba ba I ji li pam ge ji la ka char fu ji ma chang la I ka da pam mu ra ka jing rot tru ra ka yang je na ina chiwi improvement ka sa chỉ có tha chỉ vợ compensation samphang bai nào ta cái chỉ mình là sim thở lá cái nhà xem cái tha cái là chỉ li ta ki improvement cái sa construction cái sa chỉ vợ asama chỉ sa cái khai vi aman chỉ no we compensation chỉ li cái tất bai chỉ này chỉ na akhana vợ ta đi siêu vi kham ya kui là cái hi ta hi hi ta da ari iwi wat hi ta da makup sang masa pai thura da awi khamaya khoi la ka cha da improvement ka sa ji an khamaya mi ka now the jiwi pa jiwa compensation chili san sang bai ra da hang sa ne hi ayin ek pa hin mang na ka hang manim ko hi Supreme Court we Sumitra Ben Singhabai Gamit versus State of Gujarat April 23rd 2025 achukumwi hili ka thak le jika court na la klisada hida ekli ka jang da ari reference court na la hai awi evaluation date hi li ka sai sangra da awi power mlem ni ta hang da kle evaluation jika no we amanji no wish notification with li na simsa sang khai je anala ka sai mi sapui pangsap mlem da hang da kle ne jena it must be determined on the date of notification under section 11 how ka pop notification he does issue highway expand sali he acquires how go the first notification ka shokwi chiwi value jiko jili legasa standing crop runo tree runo klisa da plan runo chigodonga jiba changbai kha jili addition sa da ngrum ga sang jiba ji masa paimra da hang sa ne isi program ka pungka thumlila leifui jena ina thata hiena sake ari tata isi question and answer ka tha leika ina ka thai changka ina la tata hange na thumna han mi pai re nice
Kasahi legal perspective le ka thadega paning da hai mongkhani na thread san ava naram nai da ga ka tat naram hong ka highway da tsawra ja khani le underground ji ga da maya hunsa underground ni than hung du sa ai no ni ka ri da de cái thứ mà đi ram hai mươi lá rồi đi ram cái chú nó về cái của mình này compensation thì khi nào thì người này chơi nó rồi đó cái thằng bố bài đó tụi mình nó bố bài đó
last part machine na extra repeat last part
compensation thì cứ cái chú nó về cứ cái của mình về
ai mẹ cái không quy răng nghe phải nó quy răng gì ta
quy răng cái gì mình chỉ chúng mình nó bao bài là bây giờ rule in Bali cái có bị hi sinh cũng một cái trong này rồi price escalation of corporation và schedule rate cũng cái gì đó cái cũngได้gì
ai ta đi phát tay đi phát tay vào trong arui in athang hang khai ji aksar repeat sangai National Highway Act hi na land khui sala acquisition ka sa hi 2013 Act hili ena compensation mami paira clay jipachi firstly wa 13 area 13 acts he with 2013 hina cover masa paimra da leisai kha hi aka katha ta hang clay jika are we remover of difficulties the LARR are land acquisition are rehabilitation and resettlement we 2014 order ko hiba hina mathala kaina seng laina hangai baba hi athang we 13 ba chi sta da chiwi athang chiwi limitation lai ga sa chi baba athang in highway National Highway Act 1956 na la compensation mi bai jila chilila kha hi ba hili ba chungmai khar da athang we multiplication we factor ji lai da hili chungmai khar da lai jila jene mi ba no hi ba prefer sa jila kha kapung naw kai kha lai mơ tam nào bình được chỉ ba chế là mì rơ cái là lấy sa pai chỉ là khari he will removal of difficulties or doubts in a doubt by in a sang kui ne he will order 2014 hi li ka tha ta hang klei ji kha he will National Highway Act khala athang with 13 jila he will 2013 hina cover sara ji khain ji ka tha we re the we exemption ji ma hai mi thu ji ne je ne NRGS we jila ji 13 jili changla chamsa da Jila 2015 1st January whenever he we hina are cover saura kha inava NRGS wili MJNRGS wili land acquisition ta sa ji im thada ma thai thuro ko iwi thada iwi knowledge khwa chawra liang jena jipa ji itra kala jipa ji itra kha chi thada klisa da jiwi wat ka sa we na ka chi ka tha public land hi or private land hi khu wi land hi da an queer ji oh BMGS why oh why not 100% ne wa 2013 ra khai na compensation fair compensation ki ji hi kai khali bo ma mimra kai khali mira ji ma sapai lam ne hirara sagi ji ne mai okay I understand now okay jika akana ba da threaten sa ga chi maram khyu bang le ma thai thura kho sa da ma saran ni sai yang da athumna chamsa da ashina naram chili ma sami limra jawlo ta tha ga chi na kupki ji mning la ka chi RTI thasang muro na khiwaina hi iram hili ra tang khai klai maram ba ji hanglo chilaga RTI jili ashim within specified period atum hanga pungra ji khui laga high court le ta orla issue hili ashine hidada hiwi maram hiwi bangai nam sami lumra they are answerable to the high court atang hang khai ta the issue ST go to ngai hiba High Court lila High Court Legal Service Committee the office khlei chi jina free legal aid mi pai wa panel advocates the siki mating la jilina shi wi wang fan sami pai jini ina ka hangau ge he will law hi ithum na arui mak thai nei Supreme Court li matha kaila discuss salaka mai tai tu li nei na khai ne ha jaina Supreme Court ba any land acquisition here katena delay sa khlao khartaj ni baba the law is very clear jaula the law is very clear the judgment is very clear katha da khotra katha da compensation miracle chi ka to clear sa gi da hi delay ma sa paim nei jaina government list chakshila kain chakshilai na ashiva nur da klai nei hi ka thawi compensation matang li especially land acquisition by hiliang jaina Supreme Court wa hi serious salai ni ku maram last year issue is special last year special lok adalat the Supreme Court aka organize sai hi matang hili tumna Supreme Court with senior most judges being li tumna VCA na kharchang sali hi matang hili atum emphasize salui da hang any ari lok adal li hi khra transleva it is very clear. These are the landmark judgment. You just apply that and just take a decision. He hang ne wo. Jena ari thada issue Supreme Court li he thada determining mane 2013 je kyang he mathana kaina court wa mathana understand sa khai ne he khra than li thar la kaina ari retired high court judge na khang ba application khra than li it just take only 5 minutes to understand. Wow. Here, the MSCT, the motor vehicle accident claim, the akale. Jiwi tada young Kaleo hine hitarane 5 minutes, just 5 minutes to understand the application. The Jaka last week bajina Arik Kiluto Amning the Chibamning last baji. Oh, jipaji. Oh, ji inala atang cover sire koza. Mukwirang jipaji. Mukwirang jipaji la. Mukwimene da a tadak saima pombaimne. Limitation period da in atang hangje. Ana notice simatayaka a aware masaka jiwi knowledge simalayaka peramalемne. Ka ana jiwi knowledge lelehelaka award jimielaka ana mukwilaka saika pombaji masabaimne. Jibaji ana within 6 weeks le atang collector baji le application mi pungra iwi hitiao na ide imakwine iwi sambang ran ve hiakane jibaji chi da misang pungra da mukhui la sai pamai ka jiwa awi ma knowledge le laka thai laka ka sai pamai ka ji awi mashun le salala limitation period pajina ali Jipajina ali asama awi machine ji application ji file masang sak rigi jilla.
You got 60% and the position of authority in the free document. Or compensation from the 40% free document. Athum transfer from the guide 75 lakhs you got to stay as up to the Yahweh executive. Because the Karnataka is not so Kiban is up to look at I am finding full of so that social stigma Yahweh Mami illegal activities, unethical activities.
The issue we are reaping nala Kangachan Haina Neo, the in a hange, Arihida the compensation he Katsankadva, he will egg where he should have a beneficiary direct Kapsangizne, Pesahia, beneficiary Basili. Kipakli Makapsang by Nizla. Then I would Pesaji, Ali Kapsangai analyzed the Yermi Klaikazika. Jiwi awi tada awi ja awi tada ka tha ta hang si da our discretion jaur le yang akana ba in hi athang ma hang thurai ka hi hang lui ke athang chi tha da award ba sa khai ka ina chi award chili ina against that award in appeal ba hai la athang we application tha sang khai ji authority li chi ka tha le hai kha collector ba hina paisa ji treasury li ma hai pam baim ne chi ai na thi shoda hiwa authority atang we court we authority ba we account li hai mi gi ji ne chi zaika asama jiwi ji mayang rok la ka khusok sala la collector we nam khusok limre treasury we through nam chat limra kha jipa arwi we authority pa jiwi asi we court we account jo na check ka pi mi la ka ali chata mi gi ji ni che jena any dispute lai khai jiwi paisa jiwa pak salam sa paim ne authorities le transfer sara ta le ta le
Wili ara burning issue si wili ji dawi da asang sen ham yere this is no notification here April 17 reform ji bi achi chu da any structure or thermosal ban ya to shobawi da ara ka sa sangai je ayin wi rowi to job bi ga on pe chi ne sam ba ke ja ba je ji and mention that the VA which structure sasangai tong here illegal there you can basic samra with the chonga no this ja ka khniya na sir the naam here to land compensation way egula national have ki to way 1956 actually rusul ji pai na da jili ka ja hum here jita ka man issue here national highway way 1956 we actually let acquisition take no ya ara structure window in apply sable aga issue we land acquisition we this is no so formally to issue we ki kya kan sasi ara hide visa sable o hita da reject je na ram dulu salai saw sila jinda ya ka ada sedang ni kan ada collectively self did sound in work ka self did saji jumna square feet di 200 salang bai 140 60 salang bai 160 bai dan mi ka 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 200 job 200 into 400 lan asipa hamang daja itu misal haji 160 misal haji 160 into 400 bulan ini apa tangan itu
insyaallah arwina we sell dit paje ayin na bamthana kaina ka piar ko hangai ko notification shock highway thili ba masem le pam ko date pek sala ga ya jiba ja ka ning shara jiba ba asama dispute khalai tranjili arwi refer court khali na bangai sala la chili saki khui urate che jena chili ka chunga shoi khongrok tra ka rara sagi jila jena sell dit jiba prior to notification khala 3 years we thi mamangli la shem khai pa jilam salui pai chine chingkum ka thungwi lungli khala prior to jiko notification ma sokrang la ka chui sell dit li ka hangne khala chila khomka la ka tong collect sa la ka sa khali hang phanga ka chui ping chili average khului gi jini chi jena ariwi ina atang khangji na wichi 160 gi zile yang rural area ka phungwi liba 160 jika 160 ma mi baim ne 170 mi phungi ne 161 mi phungi ne 160.5 mi phungi ne higher than the sell dits yang ja khale ina thang hangai re kai ka pnimung da le re jiwi into 2 160 into 2 yang tagachi 320 meningla plus 2 multiplier factor. Matiar koche plus no which 320 640 ere no which plus into 640 into 2 thaka kya hai 1280 samang ni jibaba solution da khale jiba no wi ngalai chi shiman khai wi no wi emotional wi suffering no wi psychological li tadanali impact rawi mring ka phawi the solution 100% ji mi gi ne wo jiba ji ayin na ji he will act in a guarantee ka sa ne wo daga itu mo 160 ji daga 170 мяw ga jering papa ina khui khai la ngwa de le ro kho khachi ji asiba 160 haklan sem kwere ta hi mi ga phai ra da yang kha ga chang khat ba ji 8 time of that khala 160 ji msa bai ne 160 li ga tina hen me ra how go pokli base pa ji yang
160 guy here. Other 14 handle. 40 into 4. Other handle. Then 160,000. 160 hit you with the guy. The guy is register side. Other GQ the guy. Achieve amount gender. Same amount gender if you be like but here.
So you will calculation the pamta in other hand kai by the patai yang 160 ji mami paim ne 160 likte na henka the mirror higher of that cell dits amount yang zena chiwichli rural area liver 2 na multiply salo yang laga arui multiplication factor da khale lui jiba bata the simple line hang se ka 160 into 4 chiwi total amount total compensation amount into 2 jiba solution we 100% or more 100% ji no we amount ji chap cha da ta ga chi shat sok sini
highway we problem hi khu li le sung khai ne tu li la khang de li la da 202 102 ha 29 hi ping li ka akashi la Ukur district with deputy commissioner kala mahina George area with re-service out final service out with the satisfaction ki malay tu the khug dong hi claim tha khai lo jana okay the jo final service am re sa hai lo ko sa hai lo ko jo ta chi hin final ko the khug ji de hang la lo ko athum me measurement we had the jo ka tha sa ka tha so ko lo ja khare wi 3G ji maning la atu annexure hi le chak ko kai wo measurement la thang ji jan 3G ji ma chat ma kai jan la lo tha ka tha ro jan annexure ni chok 3G ji SCP le annexure ni chok ji kai wo similarly ara 3G ka tha ra ko annexure chok no lo jan annexure chok ra sai ka chok ji li concern kan DPR concern kan le sai sai block revenue officer sai sai ko kala pa hin sa bi lo hi legal point ni ka tha da sa pai NSITCL ka tong department ka tong ka resurvey ka kala department report ka tong ra ka annexure bi sam no lo go DC na sai sa bu jen an officer here mata nam le kan tha ka hi legal point ni ka tha sa pai
notification mo sobrang dala che no we have a survey mang for the law notification
survey sa hai lo go survey sa la annexure hi shock khai de annexure shock lo go TPR NSIPCL TPR consultant hin la yes to sai ka hai aru annexure jili jan block we revenue
to ojai na khna ni na na ji sasere atum soi sasere kha aru we preliminary notification the section 11 li khabar li ka sok gazette officer gazette li ka sok publish ka sa ji hiwi ngalai hi aming hi tum hi khuyaura jiba je sokai kam sokrang klai jine 3G ki klai na wi je jiba ji sokai ne okay
khu ka dong na ira mu hi jan okay tha ko reserve sa me
na shiwi ngalai ji atumna shijin phoira ga ma shijin rang la ai ta chine wo ta chine arui we atang khang hanjali na katena chithak hai lei tle jibawa itu mui chi ngalai wa shijin khai khoi tumle compensation ma mirang ga chi yang jibaji itu mui st bing liver itu mui ngalai khuira jikatha laka mukhuirang lakha yang achina possession mukhuirang lakha itum leo 1/3 compensation ni mipungra da lite 1/3 of the compensation after possession within 6 months compensation amount full hi mira da leida klein kha ina what ina when a lora gine yang laka ina malo thu jine la jiba na court file sa ba ye yang jibawa ari breach of agreement yang nali sachuera jibache khahiwi ek khena law maram rawo jibawa anana wichi possession mu khirang ewo possession jena wichi ana khuyai laka ana whatsapp ko khai ji ma leirang ewo ana loge ta ana kinok sandla kha thalala na wen mu khui thu jile
Beren len lei la ni legal ni ka tha cha
khi lei
beren itu mui ka pung hi
beren
len kai khun de beren len de sam hai de len de forest homestead residential de lei de
inala atang jada atang inala chitha khai ne yo iwi ngalai hi valuation ka sa tranjili ngalai wi amanji ngatai serewo jibawa atang we multi cropping land yang already shijinda klei ba hiwa asama jiwi aman evaluate ke sali valuation ke sa tranle aman jumai pungra kha thingrong mathala kaina tik ka tha sa laka income generate ka sa apam chila aman wa kha sak mai pungra te kha ta da khe khala maling sanglak ji ngalung kui mang ji chamsa ta ji ka tha jili ba parent land yang jaba ta ki kala use ma khle yang mayaw sang ga pai maling sang ga pai apam ji ka ja aman ji shuta me ra atang ina hangawla national highway li nga nai khamai ngalei ba jaina khunuk li khle ba ju ji aman maranga mangrai pai ne hili very important ka institution college university we ngalem di khalai we ngalei we amanai na ra ka phung we alung li lei dak le amanji mangrai pai ne chena ji we quality of land we ati shuda a we price chilang tai ser bunge
national highway we part of the shunde la mi som thang bong ka chi ko ko to Manipur state area ni ba central na reo no la sama ma sam na di development kum ni da ni ngai tha le kala hi ala 2013 we settlement act ka shuru ba PMSY di compensation ba le sa na PWD work ka ko compensation ba le sa na party ji ji kai ni bangal ka many Indian ni ba any development program compensation so ko ka du ko ko ni ba mo te ko le si par wa chi do ra kai pai compensation na ni na is na development kum ni le di su na sara ne 무슨 힘을 사고 있네. 디플로마는 부분이 그다 제 차가 상가이 상기 못 나네. 그래도 그 부분이 근데 이 Manipur state regulation and policy value 애가 기준 거 하나는 배제 사고 있는데 그 무슨 하고 이니 BMS 말고에 회사 빠르는데 미들 기후에 빠르는데 아무 기능 내고 가야 되는데 그치 빠지 알아 저도 덜고 리서치를 얘기 그 플레이스 파일을 빠르게
national highway katha hi kulisata concurrent list li zangjine jibawa state nala center nala khanini li control sa jila jeina state nala hi amend sa pai rules ya state we li cha khamai jawra le ya the ji state we la tata amend sa khai la tra ko ba thuklai la study am sarang ai ka tata asiwi we expert committee ka tha so khai notification ka ta ji sambangai rei la the ji ka tha da sala khai klei je ma them ne ka we tha da main tha da basic tenets yaurale jiva kachung tada klisa da SC/ST we apomli tada sara ji itung we state na ai chima mimra je ma sapai ka tha salala hida at least jiwizli tada kateno tada mortification grava jikatha we discretion bal leibai jena itung muli shenglai na hang se jika ila changda hitra ma thai laga ba yang jena itum li chipat milai ni chipat chid jena itum hina hi we aware salaka chamsa ta ari reference court ta le authority ta le itum chi ba pungra ari we hida da na thumli ari notification la sok sera hi saira jena hi itum we liver ara compensation ma mi thura ka khui lama khui thura at least you can go to the court for retractation yeah jibaba khani ji myangor kai laga discussion sa la khuira jai laga maka khui jiba ilila some suffer sa leisla ari we agreement ji breach of agreement jawra le yang ta chi da sa da ithum any hida da isili masanga phang hi there is court there is a forum for retractation ara tampakli khalang ayang leiliba people are very aware of their rights atumi rights se atuma thalain the jena atumli ka teno ata mui khleo court li wal ka retracement ji wasa kui ji ni jena thumla ithumui customary law hi halake li pha khamela malem ne kha some limitation hikata hi atumli kui wal ka atumne adjudicate atum jurisdiction malem ne hili we ek athishuda hi reference court ta le jena appellate court ji high court ne ta hangai da le supreme court le ta le jili supreme court na ta ta ithumui any grievance se ta da address sami re mara khale da atam change ji tuine ka atam changla lai ithumui hi investment ne da khuilo arui we idumna arui paisa chung ga samang la ka kari la loi da trang sai minim lang ta chi ithumma kari khlo hi ituma thongnau khai lo thui khai la kha khang tai mi yurba kari khlo hi ba ngalang phai khui khwai yang ari ta itumna thar ga tha lo athumna tata yoda ga tha lo pickup truck ji lo paisa chaina akhbana ba awi thar ji depreciate samaman chingum ari khno sa ka chingum ji chungmaman ka aman ji akhbana ba kum ka chang ji de income ji ung laga kuma khani li awi aman ji ana phai khuyao laga ji we khangtei wa profit sa thiao dei thum we va investment ka ji la malem ne khala ituma katina ituma khang laga paisa ji khungai lak sala delay gratification da le di baba itum na ari sai khangai ji ta ma sai sang lak suka ari ngreu khangai ji mung reu la suka lai pa thui khai ji kata delay gratification ji khalai transit itum paisa ji la itum na ari sampang ran ji ma sampang ga i hili appeal sa ga da khawa ba ji ji ba ji itum sa ga thai khang ga thai ji lai ga phara da khui chi atam le tro
highway way road map JSP nut sang ya ri ya the compensation no mi da le ari ya da now the practical le ar ku sa ka at the effect mas mang le ji now the effect sa ya da ji ka da process ka do ji okay
first notification ji ba ma chang chang ni ban chang ta chi va dishili ba phung ro collector le ba phung ro first na court lima ba primary ji pa jo na first na we remedy ji exhaustion la na ali vai la ji court ng 100 firstly jena ina ma hida da vai hida da kachanga khani kai re thum kai re iwi hi reminder la thasang ya anakhi lam samim nei stranchili ji court lira pai re
ya really hi shim samilo ari ajo we program hi ne kupsang house hai sir la ra pung ka thuis schedule tight salak hai schedule aga lai khai ne jena alila khalu musan mi da release sam yaw se hin thau se ari pung thum ta khai ne jena ari Kashala ma sham ne ojan na wiji khun ni pamau gi da
ya chan sa se ho thaka yo ngai la
kira sa jena aru ma program hi kusang fa sa se jena lot of things we want
ni chan sa se ya le ni shi la ko tu jing re ni la
Kam lam lei thu da masa ka pai ne pung ko chung wi tight schedule la ka attend sa ka lei ka hai wang in ara I thu mui program hi kupsang pai mai kupsang pai mai ka aru vote of thanks issue wi kuiru phungre sung MJS additional member secretary MASLSA ali atam midlei chi gup ngushu da in ma hang lui la kuiru ka sung ka phungkan advisor to tangkhul naga awung along ana kupsang wi sa ka sa miar
Atam sangdamu khui ligay kachik tha ram kata wen razang laka hanungi kichila le kap tak lene the ning shilage mi psychorana hili ishina program MASLSA Manipur State Legal Services Authority na khanghot kala tangkhul naga onglong inishina khanghot hili razang kami wang ning shilage kala mi kumo itumna sathe wathe da sa salala tungbawi khangran la leiba mai ayaji gazing marlagin haitai the year program hi mai mapak ni ga the phaning sai ka azba zingyat la mathashun kala itumi program jilal razangi jibing la mathalagin razangmi nuthumui Kuri clay jila nutum nalam thalagay nang hankui da program hi mabung phalagay da shamkuye. Jena issuwi chief guest sami khai kala issuwi guest of honors being ning shiye. Jile lang may da issuwi speaker Saralek infali ni department akli kazang ne ana ili asung kalo da ka jena ana mulung ring lakay na tangkhul na ibang hi ari relevant sala khai topic ne te jiwang ne hi samilak se joda anaili hangai jena e da thaga sa se jena kibashili collaborate sala ga sa kha jani na da hangai jena in la mathem da ila mathem ko da hangai jena ana krele ai da thaga se so kathana khli tha da na collaborate sala je da in certainly da thaga da approaching jena certainly la than tu miami da ningshnaye nishiwi ot manga kala issue ot mangali tada nutumnala kala program hi success a faida tada morally support sak mi wang nishnai jila hangai chilang mi da ishi long phang mi German mati atumni la hapta khani ka tha mapi mapam sakla phone sa shon jine program hi success a faida khu aung bingli phone sa ba mi lak lo da atumna la phone sa ba mi chilang mi da itum lang sobam the program hi adam jang lagai nei shem khai program de success sak jang khade kala success sadak le hi le tai lagai nei thumai participants lum lagai na rak jang hi nutum psycho ruwi ot manga hiri kha jang gi hi in hangai lu shide kala azui program hi le participate sami khai sia sakai na rundu khika aina atam kui mi khai psycho run tumli learning share gi hanga ye kala program hi ungshum khawai da apong ayaya vai nang drum mi khai we staff being kala well wishers being tum psycho learning share gi hi hang daga he na khang chang saw we ning share
program gi jang sang khawai yo sai corona khak sai nang ning ka da lim sot mi se sa pang sa ba vibra na sa pang sa ba vibra lage na ithuni le ke sa vibra lage na sang sa khangai ayin ko chu khai ithum le hai mi hai salla ithum the ba ma da khring khrak li khong wi le trak le hai re ma sun ning the khui khawai ithum phai khai ithum sam phung ram ne aj Tangko Awang Along, Manipur Legal Services Authority Ling Room da. Itungwi Masun Hine da Ajatami Kahai, Sarum Kahai Sai Kora Juivang, Brohone She. Sakui Kahai, Yani Itumli, Masumeda Octung Sakmilo. Wrong the Octung Sakmilo, Mikomo Itumbining Pening Aina, Octu Taranli Itum Kungli Haure. Itum Masun Matella, Pekka Taranli Itum the Peng Pokaure. Nana, Itum Limusuning Haimi Kahai, Aju Itum Tamrumaire. Itum sarum hele, he take with the itum. No, we neon konga, me avers at the octuke. No, we saw me look son, me pug chivili milo. No, we legs look on my son, Katana Billy have the limit jinlo. Itum room the octuda. Danko resan kavang sake, Jingria in octua me young sake. Nis lakare rivra, Ajo program in the hop of meter, Jingria and Sansan Kami, Sai Kora Pro Holini 6 Kade. No, we mean a make up, no. Ara to my bomb he went it so kick chili. The purge very pro vibra, no mangla turning swamita. Is our odd banga, Sunja Pegat a kick chili. Jingri I know, Pasung Usung Sakmilo, the right come there pro to Christa, no mention the Saxani. Amen.
R6 Chiva
Guru, तुम घूम कर अपने फटाफट हाउस है वो से इनका हिलने तो बोले कॉपी तो होएगा हाँ कॉपी तो होएगा खैर तो कॉपी तो होगा तो इसी